I'm just setting up my multi-stream. You're definitely not okay. I know. House is probably going to be GOP. Yes. The House is probably also going to go to the Republicans. Correct. Unfortunately. However, you know, well, I mean, I am going to say, I do want to say, well, that way they can't blame us for anything that happens in the next couple of years. But they will. They'll find a way to blame, other people. But yes, the House is probably going to the GOP. The House is probably going to Republicans, unfortunately. However, hopefully it's just going by a small margin. Hopefully, He did get it all. The GOP took all three, unfortunately. I did not listen to her speech, Jess, I'll be honest. Chai. What happens if the economy starts booming? Great. The economy is currently booming, cowboy. It is currently booming. Ironically. Technically. I'm upset. I'm not going to lie. I'm not upset. I'm not going to say I'm not upset. I have said so repeatedly. I'm upset. But, okay. It's, the economy is booming according to the metrics y'all use. The problem is, most MAGA doesn't understand how the economy works, and you don't understand that when you're told that the economy is good, it's usually just the stock market. The stock market is doing fucking great, actually. It's been doing really well under Biden. The problem is you guys, it doesn't really matter. Oh, you can see my OBS on here. Cool. We don't feel that. Us, normal Americans and stuff, for the most part, we don't experience that, but that's what economists often look at. GDP and
I love you too. I'm gonna take the scooter in tomorrow, so I'm gonna take it.
Okay. Yeah. Are you taking the salad thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Oops.
Unless you want it.
No, thank you. I feel bad not having eaten it, but I genuinely thought it was more for you. It is, Elle. On average, Democrats are more educated. I don't live in LA, but... Hi. I used to split my time. I used to be kind of bi-coastal between LA and New York, but no, I've never gotten a facial in LA. But I look like some people in LA. I'm trying to figure out how to best position this. Cope what? Yeah, I have one of those faces, I think. Guys, please stop spamming the chat. I know, Autumn. They also don't understand that economic policy is written by Congress. They don't understand that the taxes that they had under Biden were signed into law under fucking Trump in 2017. The taxes that you're bitching about were signed into law under Trump. They don't know that, though. Nate Silver. Oh, I didn't even look at Nate Silver's prediction. What did he say? Yeah, they were, Andrew. They were. I know, Wally. Because the president doesn't write tax law. Simple as that, guys. It's written by Congress. The fact that you don't know that explains a lot. Oh, my God. Oh, I should be quiet. The people have voted. I don't dispute the election results. I'm still allowed to talk in the same way that you were allowed to speak while Biden was president. I am allowed to speak while Trump is, although he's technically not president yet. So, what did Congress say about what? Thank you, Dale. No one in here denied the election results. We're not MAGA. We accept results. We're not MAGA. We don't throw tantrums when things don't go our way. We handle it like adults. We're disappointed and we talk about it, and we, keep each other company. We console each other when we're sad. We're basically just empathetic human beings to one another. But I'll tell you what we don't do. We don't try to stage a coup. And I really don't know why y'all are so upset about this right now. I literally have repeatedly said, Republicans won. It sucks. We're disappointed about it, but Republicans won. Okay. We're going to move on. We're going to keep doing what we do. Thank you, Nick. Can the Electoral College revoke their vote? Oof. Technically, yes. Technically, a state can give its electoral votes however it wants to. Technically. But that is not a good precedent to set. Personally, I support the measures that are being proposed to basically overrule the electoral vote total, right? Where certain states, I always forget the name of it, but certain states are basically saying that they would give their electoral college votes to whoever won the popular vote nationwide. But also, it looks like Trump won the popular vote nationwide. So personally, I think the election should go to whoever wins the popular vote. And he won the popular vote, it seems like. So I don't like the results, but those are the results. I'm not MAGA. I'm not going to try to fucking overturn the election. I'm not like Trump. Thank you for subscribing, Gio. Thank you. Guys, just don't spam. I don't care if MAGA sits in here. You can do that, just don't spam. Come on. I just started the live, so I don't know if my mods are showing up yet. They are abysmal winners. Yeah. It's good. Thanks for the follows, guys. I'm not sure why the sound keeps going off for all the follows. It's kind of annoying, to be honest. Stop. I don't know why are you... Oh. Is it this? Okay. There we go. Thank you, guys. Hi. Damon the Donkey. You want to join as a desk or as a guest? I don't know you, dude. What do you... Guys, I'm really just live to hang out with people. If you're here to Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for the heart puff. Do you think it's better to be loyal to one side or be objective and stay in the middle? I don't think objectivity inherently means one side or the other. I think you should be objective, but your objectivity and your, principles and your beliefs are probably going to lead you to, prefer one side over another. I have objective beliefs and stuff, and there's objective facts. I have subjective beliefs, and those principles that I believe in lead me to vote, more blue left. I'm more progressive than Democrats. I don't really like the DNC very much, but they're a hell of a lot better than the GOP, in my opinion. So that's why I vote, blue most of the time. Stop spamming the chat, Grace. Come on. Ooh, that's a hard one, Heart. How should I feel about friends who actively chose not to vote yesterday? Um, you know, um, I don't know. I can't tell you how to feel about something, but I think it's okay to feel upset. I think it's okay to feel however you feel. I know personally, if I were to find out certain people couldn't be bothered to go out and vote, or like voted a certain way that to me feels it goes against my very deep beliefs, right? Like I don't care about tax policy as much, right? Like if someone disagrees with me on taxes, that's fine. That doesn't make them evil, that doesn't make them whatever. But someone who like comfortably votes for a woman who essays, or a man who essays women, someone who comfortably votes for a guy who has repeatedly said, like, espoused really scary authoritarian things. That's not someone that I can get along with, and I'm not going to try to. I probably would not keep them in my life. The coping, guys. Yes, we are coping here. We're having a respectful conversation. Definitely a pity party. Okay. Thank you, Riley. Thank you for the heart me, for the let 'em cook. Achilles, thank you for the let 'em cook. Don't spam the chat, guys. Please don't make me go sub only again. Like, if all you have to add to the conversation is spam, like, just, I don't know. Bye. You're just trying to get blocked at this point, I guess. What's crazy, again, I've said it before and I'll say it again, like, we had like, full-on debates going on in here for months. We had MAGA up here talking all the time, and I have never ever had to turn the chat onto sub only until you guys won. I don't know, it's like crazy that, oh no, I'm sorry, Shochi. You're saying, nah, y'all have definitely been throwing tantrums. I mean, no one's staging a coup, Sonic. No one's throwing a coup-sized tantrum. Oh, you're just getting... Okay, let me report that for hate speech. Report this for hate speech. Thanks so much. Yeah, if you keep sending the same thing, it's really easy. I can just report each one separately for hate speech. You're putting your own account at risk. Not that I care, just letting you know. Stop spamming. Thank you, Catherine. Yeah, thank you guys. Let's report this for hate speech. Thank you so much. Yes, the people have spoken, Vinny. Yes. We respect the results of elections. We're not like you. He won. It's upsetting. I don't have to like it. But, yeah. They are really angry that they won, it seems. Hi, Philippe. Thank you for the superpower. Gas better be dirt cheap. Yeah, better be. Better fucking be. Dems, you don't get to come in here in 2024 and claim that Dems cheated in 2020. And then, like, you don't get to do that, because anytime you do that, like, you're just opening the door for us to be like, okay, fine, then how do we know you didn't cheat this year? I'm not going to do it because I'm not like that. I'm not like you. I'm better than that. But you don't, it's 2024, guys. You just won the election. Congratulations. I don't know why you're going to come in here and claim that in 2020, there was cheating. If they cheated, if Democrats cheated in 2020, why didn't they cheat again in 2024? Why don't you tell me that? Thank you, Luke. You're on the I'm sorry, you're on the internet. You don't get to judge and tell people what they can or can't say. I can say like, oh, when I say you can't say that, what I really mean is that like you're just a hypocrite for saying it. You can say it. Yes, legally you can say it. Legally that is true. You can say that. I'm just pointing out it's kind of fucking funny. You guys are in here. It's 2024. You just won the election. And yet you're still in here talking about how in 2020 it was rigged. If it was stolen in 2020, why didn't they steal it again this year? Why not? I have no idea, Maddie. Maybe, Laniel. I'm in a relationship. Because of voter security and lawyers. Okay. I didn't say I was going to pack my bags and leave. I didn't say that. I said I can afford to leave. If I need an abortion, I can afford to leave. That's what I said. I did not say I was moving to Canada if he wins. I have European citizenship. I have a Spanish passport. So if I were to leave, I could easily just leave to Spain. I wouldn't have to apply for asylum in Canada or anything like that. So I would literally never say that I'm leaving to Canada. As simple as that. I'm a dual citizen. I can leave this country with like zero issue. Like that's what I was saying yesterday. I'm privileged enough in that I have the money to buy a last minute plane ticket at any point and I can get out of here at I have a passport that guarantees me entry to everyone in the, every country in the Schengen area. My Spanish passport guarantees me entry, no problem, to every country in the Schengen area. I have no issue. I'm very lucky in that. I'm very, fortunate. But that's not the same as me saying I'm going to leave or I'm moving to Canada. I never said that. So why haven't I booked just guys, saying that I could isn't the same as saying I'm going to. I know you guys don't understand very basic things. Yeah, here they go again. It's crazy. You guys won. You guys can chill. Please leave. Why would I leave? Why should I leave? Right now, I'll leave if I want to. I'll leave if I want to. If and when I want to, I will leave. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I agree, Sawyer. I don't understand why I'm getting all this hate when they won either. And we repeatedly said the GOP won the election. Congratulations. Good job. Leave. Okay, correct the code. You want to follow me? No. Bro. Oh, do I have a moderator in here? Hi, Mega. What is this comment scoreboard that we keep getting? Spain is pretty awesome, actually. I know, yeah, right, Jericho? They have all this, like, hateful energy. They don't know where to put it still. You guys won. You can stop. I mean, you can keep doing it. I don't really care. But, like, just try not to, spam the thing. Oh, I agree, dissolve. The only thing that bothers me, that's the thing, like, we don't really block MAGA in here. In fact, we've had them many times up to debate, to have discussions. Like, it wasn't even always a debate. We had, like, lots of, like, actually just, respectful discussions before. The only time it's gotten was yesterday. The only time it got so wild we literally had to go onto sub-only comments was yesterday, when they were winning, which is so weird. So that's the thing. I have no problem with MAGA unless they're saying, I have plenty of problem with MAGA for sure. Don't get me wrong. Fuck MAGA. But I haven't blocked MAGA just for being MAGA in here and stuff. But if you're going to spam and you're going to make it so that we can't have a conversation, come on. Yes, you are delusional, Jordan. So here's the thing, though, Jordan. We were mad first. We're allowed to be mad. We lost. We're allowed to be upset. You guys won, and you're still, for some reason, upset. That's what doesn't make sense. We can be upset. We have suffered a loss. We, lost the election. We're sad. We can talk about that. I don't know why what is wrong with that? We're not trying to stage a coup or anything, unlike you guys, but you guys won and you're still out here getting so angry. What is wrong with you guys? Actually, and I'm going to be honest, the fact that you guys are so angry still, even though you won, is actually cheering me up a lot, because it just makes me realize that you're never going to be satisfied. And I've said this before, a couple months ago, I was like, I really, people who are, this angry, all the time, I feel like that is a hellish way to live life. I don't feel like that just goes away. That doesn't get resolved. And you guys are kind of just proving that point, right? You guys must never have a moment of peace, really. And it's kind of nice to see that even winning doesn't make you any less upset or angry or God, it must be exhausting. Oh my God. I never said anyone was delusional for thinking he was going to win. I never said that. I was repeatedly asked for my prediction, and I said, I don't have one. For months, people were asking me, what's my prediction? What's my prediction? And repeatedly, I had MAGA come in here be like, Trump is going to win. Trump is going to win. And I was like, okay, I don't think I know either way. And what I kept saying was let's just wait until the actual election, because that's the only that's the only actual moment that matters, right? When we actually count the votes, that's when we know. People coming into my life and be like, he's going to win, trying to convince me he's going to win. I was like, you'll convince me he'll win when he wins. I'm not even saying that Kamala's going to win. I had never said she was going to win. Literally never. So you guys are mixing people up. I'm sorry. And also you guys are probably just projecting a whole bunch. I never called anyone delusional for saying he's going to win. I never said that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm upset. Well, I'm not pretending I'm not upset. Do I think Kamala was the best choice for the left? The best candidate? No, yes and no. I think Biden was the worst, and I think she was the best candidate after Biden stepped down. I think that the entire thing was basically defined by the fact that Biden tried to run a second time. I don't think he ever should have. Thank you for subscribing, Riley. Jon Stewart for president. Yeah, I'd love that. What about Harris was I rooting for abortion? I was rooting for a lot. And not just Harris, mind you. I was hoping more for Congress, because Congress writes the laws. I wanted like her, her proposed economic policy proposal, because you know that the president only submits a proposal unless it's Trump. He doesn't even fucking do that. The president submits like proposals, and then Congress is who actually legislates. They make the laws. So I liked her proposed economic policies better. Yeah, I like the fact that I wanted her to be in a position to nominate any Supreme Court justices should they step down or pass away in the next few years. I don't want Trump selecting any more of them, which I fear is what's going to happen. I fear the oldest, couple possibly are going to maybe step down while he's in office to ensure that he can place a couple of young conservative judges in. It's only 4 years, girl. Okay, well, I mean, you guys really... It's only 4 years. Why can't I be like upset about 4 years? You guys were really upset in 2020. You guys tried to stage a coup. I'm just sitting here. I'm sitting on my couch and very respectfully saying like, yeah, I'm disappointed about the outcome, but I'll survive. And it's really upsetting you guys. It's like really upsetting you guys. Thank you, Dave. Thank you for the elephant trunk. Is there a candidate besides Kamala Harris that... I mean, there are no candidates anymore. Why is that, Jericho? There weren't, Amanda. That's kind of the thing. Yeah, there weren't. That's what I'm saying. That I think she was the best candidate once Biden stepped down, but I think that was entirely based on the fact that, Biden ran in the first place. I don't know that she would have been if Biden had sat the second round out entirely, which is what I think he should have done. It's what I think he should have done. And we had an actual like primary, because the problem is, the incumbent is pretty much always going to win, right? Like, they're always going to win. Some states didn't even have, like, actual primaries. Like, it was kind of just, it was, not a real primary. I think you should have sat it out, and I think we should have, like, actually primary candidates. In that case, do I think Kamala would have been the best one? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to say yes. I'm not going to say no. I genuinely don't know. I think she was absolutely the best candidate to take over once Biden stepped down, quite frankly. Yeah, I think so, Drea. It's funny. I was just gonna say, I thought it would either be Kamala or Gavin Newsom. I actually kind of thought it would be Gavin Newsom at first. Personally, at the time, I preferred Gavin Newsom, but I have a lot of friends in LA. I used to split my time between New York and LA, and they do not like him now. Mostly just because they're like, they liked him at first, but now they're like, he spent the last couple of years like running for president already, so he's like tried to kind of like be a little bit more moderate on shit, and they're just kind of like, stop like avoiding things that you're just gonna be attacked for by Republicans, like just do what we want you to do and stuff. But RFK Jr. is fucking nuts. Why involve hate when it comes to it? What do you mean? Yeah, the homeless stuff? Yeah, exactly, Amanda. Yeah. Sorry, this keeps like... Actually, maybe I can do it like this. Again, I didn't say I was going to leave the country yesterday. I said I could leave the country if I wanted to, easily. Bye, GD. I don't know, Steph. Probably not. Yeah, right, Riley. Then why won't I leave? Why, just because it's easy, I should do it? Is that how you guys live your life? You do everything that's easy? It's also very easy for me to drink a glass of water right now. Does that mean I'm going to? I'll leave when I want to. I don't really feel the need just yet, personally. It is how they live their life, yeah. Then do, what do you mean then do it? Why don't you guys don't understand basic English? It's very ironic that the crowd that's like, hey, speak English, it's you're in America, it like doesn't understand basic English when I speak it. How does it feel to lose them? It sucks, mewing. Yeah, I'm disappointed. I don't know why they're not listening. It's so weird. Get over it. Get over it. You guys, someone in here was literally still bitching about, like, claiming that 2020 was, you know, stolen. I can't even say it on here, I don't think. Like, and you want us to get over it? It's been less than 24 hours. We're allowed to be sad. You guys never shut up about your grievances. We're allowed to be sad. At least we're not trying to stage a coup. It's fine. Senate is lost too, correct. 2020 was rigged. If 2020 was rigged, why didn't we rig it again this year? You're saying, how did he have 20 million more votes than any Democrat, including Obama? I mean, I'd love to see that logic applied to Trump. Didn't Trump have record-breaking turnout this year? So are you saying that Trump rigged it this time? If that's the logic, then wow, it sounds like it's pretty unbelievable that he won this time, huh? How do I feel about voter boxes being? That's fucked up. It's fucked up that voter boxes. His turnout was similar to 20. So here's the thing. I mean, let's look it up. No, the turnout was similar. Somehow, here's the one thing that is kind of weird. Somehow we got record-breaking turnout this year, and yet Trump got the same amount he got in 2016, and Harris got about the same amount that Hillary did in 2016. How is that record-breaking turnout when 2020 had more turnout? Mail-in votes also count for turnout, guys. I thought I blocked you, pressure washing brother, for spamming. Why are we still talking about this? Move on. It happened less than 24 hours ago. You guys have never shut the fuck up about 2020. It's been 4 years. Why don't you shut the fuck up about 2020? This is the proof. I don't. What? He only got 30%. So, well, that's what I'm saying. I'm seeing people. Apparently, there was record-breaking turnout this year. Here, I assumed that he got a record-breaking number of votes because there was supposedly a record-breaking turnout this year. So you would assume, and he won the popular vote, so you would assume that he got a record-breaking number of votes if there was record-breaking turnout, right? It sucks, Dent. It's very disappointing. Thank you, Adam Spector. No, I think it was more independents showed up than Republicans, Nathan. It was more independents than Republicans, not Democrats. Because independents favored Democrats slightly more as well. Well, that's what all the reports were leading up to it. Why am I obsessing? I'm responding to other previous comments. I'm not obsessing with it, over it. Correct. He did win the popular vote, the Electoral College, and flipped the House and the Senate. Correct. No, Jackson. I don't think. Jackson says if independents supported a party more, then they wouldn't be independents. That's not how that works. When they say that independents favored Democrats more, that means that slightly more of independent voters, of registered independent voters, they tend to vote Democrat more than Republican. That's what that means. Like, I'm an independent, but I'm registered Democrat so that I can vote in the primary in New York. It's very simple. Yeah, the House is still unfinished. I do believe the House is going to end up in GOP control, but hopefully just by a small margin. I could be registered independent, but then I would not be allowed to participate in the Democratic primaries in New York State. It entirely depends on the state you're in, but a lot of states you have to be registered in the party to be able to participate in like the primaries and stuff. I made Harris lose. Okay. I mean, it's true for the Republican Party too. You can't be in New York State. You can't register independent and then participate in the Republican Party primary. I agree, Riley. Thank you, Briar. I believe they will try Paris. Yeah, they've already dismantled a lot of shit. The problem is that a lot of people who are like, oh, nothing will change, nothing, da da da. It's like, well, you guys just aren't paying attention. They have systematically like broken down a lot of like. I get it. It's not very fun to think about the EPA and stuff. I know it's not very newsworthy and stuff. But the Chevron doctrine was handed down by the Supreme Court just this past year. It's very, it's a Republican push. It's a very conservative thing where they basically made it so that none of the regulatory agencies in the United States are now empowered to regulate, which you guys loved no regulations. Republicans love, like, they hate regulations. Not understanding that, like, regulations are what ensure that there's, like, no poison in baby food, right? Or like there's no lead paint on children's toys. Like at the very least, you should care about what kind of products are sold to, kids and used by kids and like what materials are used in them and like, their food and whatnot. But like at the very least, that's what regulations kind of help with. But then like the EPA, you also have issues like environmental poisons and stuff. Like the EPA regulates how much poison can be pumped into the air by corporations, air that you breathe, or water that you drink, or, the soil around your home. And the Chevron decision basically overturned the EPA's ability to keep all y'all safe. But it's not very exciting, right? Like it doesn't have like catchy headlines, so you're not paying attention to it. And you're like, oh, nothing will change, nothing will go wrong. And it's like, no, but it has already gone wrong under Republican control and stuff, so. Kennedy wants to basically deregulate all those, dude. He's going after the FDA. The FDA helps keep things out, keeps poisons out. Homeboy is a science denier. That guy is nuts. RFK Jr. is nuts. You do not want him making the decisions of like what's allowed in your food or not. The guy will put a lot more harmful shit in your stuff. Thank you, Dan. I have a big clue about what I'm talking about. It's fine. I don't trust the FDA, Dylan. I actually don't. Ironically, I don't trust the FDA because the FDA doesn't regulate enough, precisely because of regulatory capture. But this is all shit that like conservatives have permitted, allowed, encouraged and whatnot. And now they have been made even less effective. You don't trust the FDA to regulate shit, but you also want a solution where there is no FDA, where the FDA can't regulate anything. So you want companies to be able to do anything at any point, put anything in your body without having to have any sort of review process. I don't trust the FDA because they approve too much shit. And you want there to be for everything to be approved willy-nilly. Like that's, you understand? All I do is yap. Yes. All you do is comment, Jimmy. He bans things you have omitted from your diet. I mean, your diet is your diet. We don't all have to like eat that. Red dye number 6 is banned in Canada and France. Yeah, there's a lot more stuff that's banned in Europe than in the US. Like the FDA allows us to be given a lot more poisons than Europe does. That's why I don't trust the FDA. But you guys, don't even want them regulating shit. Why does it have to be one extreme to another? I mean, ask Republicans. Republicans are the extremists. Woke says, I went to Spain for 2 months and did not bloat once and rarely felt tired and stuff because of the food. Yeah, guys, honestly, like I'm not trying to like fuck with you or whatever. If you go to Europe and you just like eat like a very basic meal, just basic ingredients, you will taste the difference like almost immediately. Food is regulated so much more tightly like in Europe to the point where it's like by law you have to be fed higher quality ingredients and stuff. Even McDonald's tastes so much different. Yeah, it does. Do I think Do you think RFK will go after necessary medications like blood pressure, etc.? I don't know. He's already said that he wants to like ban like vaccines and stuff, which is wild. Like even if you're against the COVID vaccine, you guys really want measles outbreaks? Like that's the guy you want making decisions about stuff. The guy isn't even like a doctor. He has like no fucking medical training. I don't know who these people are that are requesting up. What do you mean he'll fix those exact issues? What do you know, dude? As of 3 hours ago. Oh, okay. As of 3 hours ago. Well, so that's brand new fucking news. Stop spamming. Stop spamming. Stop spamming. Okay. You're getting blocked for spamming. Pathetic. RFK doesn't want to increase regulation. Like, he wants to change the regulations. He's going to put, like, he literally wants to, like, he wants to change the regulations, okay? He wants to use, like, not established science. He wants to use his woo-woo beliefs to change the regulations to fit his beliefs, which should also concern you. Would it be in your best interest to get dual citizenship with another country? I always say, listen, I have dual citizenship. I've had it my whole life. I think it's great, personally. Thank you, Nathan. I'm sorry. Hi, Queen. Sorry, YouTube. My multi-chat isn't up for some reason. It's not working. Let's see if I can get it a little bit better. You make money off this? Yeah, sometimes. Be open to new ideas and not pander. I'm very open to new ideas. But, I need evidence. I require evidence for, taking something as fact. Yeah, things have calmed down a bit. I think MAGA got upset that they weren't getting a rise out of me. So they moved on. Okay. This is so low to lie about politics. Name the lie, Ian. No one's on here lying about... I mean, MAGA is in the chat lying about politics. I have not lied about anything. But thanks for commenting. You make me richer when you do. Yeah, I said he wants less regulation, then I said he wants to change them. He wants like less regulations. He wants less science regulations. Let's put it that way. How's that? He wants to change them. He wants to swap out scientific regulations, of which there are not enough, and he wants to replace them with his literal just like belief system, like his woo-woo belief system, like not established science, nothing like that. He wants to like... He has certain beliefs that are not backed up by actual evidence. So is that more regulation, less? I don't know. To me, it sounds like less regulated, right? Like that just to me sounds like one random dude gets to choose stuff. That doesn't sound regulated to me. That sounds like insanity. That sounds like unregulated insanity. Oh, thank you, Macy. I could not be president legally. Yeah, he's not a doctor. He's not a scientist. He's literally responsible for a measles outbreak in, like, I think it was South Africa, was it? Was it South Africa? Or maybe Mozambique. I have so much of an idea of what I'm talking about, Dickfoot. I know I am so well read on this shit, like, it would shock you. But stop spamming. Okay, Dickfoot, you say if you copy paste that same thing in here. Okay. Bye. Oh, actually, first I'm going to report it for spam. There we go. Bye. Oh, someone already got you. Looks like. Is there anything to hope for? I mean, in terms of the political races, no, probably not. In terms of what we can do, yeah, we can keep fighting the good fight. We can keep each other safe. You don't even know that you basically... No, I don't agree with a science denier. The guy is responsible for at least one measles outbreak that unalived, I believe it was like 87 kids or something like that. I don't agree with him. He should not be a man in charge of choosing what, medications we're allowed to have. He should not. The fact that you think that the guy who is literally responsible for a measles outbreak should be in charge of that shit is, like, wild. me see. I'm gonna see if that's any better. Yeah, maybe. Thank you for the Let 'Em Cook, Riley and Dan and Mr. Autumn. Yeah, we'll see about that, Haley. You have a choice now. You know that, right? Like, you don't have to be vaccinated, but people don't have to allow you around their children if your children aren't vaccinated. You're allowed to not vaccinate your kids, but people are allowed to not want their kids around your kids. You're right, HD. No profile pic. HD. Not everyone needs a platform correct. You weren't. No, actually, can't be faded. People were allowed to not get the vaccine in 2020, but they weren't entitled to be around other people when they weren't vaccinated. You were allowed to not get the vaccine. I don't know why you guys don't know that. But you didn't want to get the vaccine, and then you also wanted to be around people who only wanted to be around vaccinated people. You don't get to have both. You don't. Just like you can choose what to put in your body, people are allowed to choose whether or not to surround their body with diseased people. It was your choice, Kate. You didn't have to get a vaccine, but people didn't have to be around you. Right, Cyber. Yeah, just so like in the same way that you don't have to get a vaccine, your employer doesn't have to hire you. They're especially, by the way, this is ironic coming from conservatives who like fight for at-will employment. Like unions actually might have protected some of you. And I think they did protect some people from getting fired for not being vaccinated. But neither here nor there. An employer doesn't have to keep employing you. They're not forced to. Just like you don't have to be vaccinated if you don't want to. It's very simple. They can't tell you, no, Haley, they did not tell you what to inject into your body, but employers get to decide if they employ you. Simple as that. You don't get to always do everything on your terms. That's the problem, right? Like, your body, your choice. In the same way that if I get an abortion, none of you guys have to talk to me, technically. The problem is with vaccines, your vaccine status affects other people. So other people don't have to be around you if they don't want to be. Like a vaccine status, in the same way that like if you're walking around with some sort of like infectious disease that you can give people, like you shouldn't be able to like force them to be infected by it. Like, I mean, it's called living in a society, guys. Sure, like a cold, like the flu. People don't want to be around you when you have like the flu. Why should they have to be? No, that's not how vaccines work, Timothy. If a vaccine works, other status doesn't affect you. That's not how a vaccine works. Thank you for proving that people who don't know science should not be in charge of shit. That's not how vaccines work. No one is forced to get the vaccine. But no one should be forced to be around an unvaccinated person who might put them or others at risk. It's very simple, guys. None of you guys had to get the vaccine, but you got the vaccine because you wanted other things. Like you wanted to be around other people at work or maybe at a school. It's very simple. You don't get to have your cake and eat it too. Oh, does it upset you when I'm condescending? Wah. So make the mandate for influenza. I mean, Dale, yeah, employers can, in fact, make a mandate for the flu vaccine as well. In fact, actually, when I first came to the U.S., so I moved to the U.S. at 18 to go to university, and my university required me to have certain vaccines that I didn't have that aren't required in Spain. So I didn't have them. I didn't have to go to the university I ended up attending. I didn't have to, but I wanted to go, and they required a certain vaccine for me to have had that vaccine. So I went out and I got the vaccine. It's pretty simple. No, guys, that's my choice. It was my choice to get the vaccine. It was my choice to go to that university. I didn't have to go to that university if I didn't want to. I didn't have to get the vaccine if I didn't want to. It's a very simple concept. The fact that you guys still aren't understanding it, even though I've like explained it a few times, is... Hey, Google, turn on the couch lights. There we go. Because the flu doesn't unalive as many people as COVID did, Dale. Pretty simple. The Texas state protest? No, I don't know. I haven't seen it. Actually, no, not per capita. More people get the flu that don't pass away from it than people who got COVID and didn't pass away from it. The fact that the flu has been around for a lot longer than COVID was, you can compare those numbers, but that's not very scientific of you. The rate of unaliving, especially in the early phases of the pandemic, was very different. In total, well, that's not very scientific. In total, the flu has been around for fucking decades, guys. You want to compare how many people have passed from something that's been around for decades? Okay, let's compare how many people total have been, unalived by automobiles versus, I don't fucking know. What's something that's been around longer? Water. Actually, no, let's compare how many people have been unalived by Teslas than by Hondas. The number is going to be bigger for Hondas just by the sheer fact that Hondas have been around a lot longer. Very simple math. Thank you, Ellie. Do I still get boosters? I got a booster last year because my best friend had a baby, so I also got a flu shot, and I got Tdap, because basically, like, if you want to spend, I don't know how many of you guys know this, but if you want to spend time around a baby who doesn't have like full immunities and stuff and hasn't been vaccinated and whatnot, like, you have to have a lot of vaccines yourself. So here's another example. Like, I hadn't gotten the Tdap vaccine, the flu vaccine, or like a booster, a COVID booster or anything in a long time. And my friend had a baby and I wanted to meet the baby, and they were like, cool, anyone who meets the baby has to have these vaccines. And I was like, cool, bet. And I went and I got them the next day. Like, it was very simple. I wasn't forced to, I didn't have to, but it was my body, my choice. I wanted to meet the baby. I wanted to meet my nephew. Very simple. Yeah, I will probably get another booster, Jolenta. I'll probably get another booster this year with the flu vaccine too. And by the way, and that's like saying something. Do I think Trump's COVID response affected our current economy? Yeah, of course. Do I know what like the best way to deal with it like was inherently? Do I know exactly what would have happened if XYZ had been done differently? No. But it's undeniable that the COVID response absolutely affected our economy. That was like a huge, huge event. And I think, by the way, that's like another thing that we don't really talk about much. You know, like a lot of people around this election have been saying like, oh, well, I'm worse off today than I was, 4 years ago or whatever. And it's like, okay, but in the past 4 years, like we went through like 4 years ago, we started going through a pandemic that basically decimated the global economy. So yeah, it would be weird if a lot of people weren't better off 4 years ago before a global pandemic. It would be weird, wouldn't it? But yeah. Because it was mandated to shut down. By whom? By Trump. The pandemic was over when the libs were in office. Yeah. Pandemic because of issues, not policy. But shutting down the whole country, that was policy. That was Biden? No, guys. What? The pandemic started with Trump in office. You guys really, really don't remember that? Why the fuck do you think you got stimulus checks under Trump, but the pandemic didn't happen under him? What the fuck? Like, make that make sense, guys. How do I feel about sending billions of dollars? I agree. We should not send billions of dollars to Iz anymore. I never thought we did. We should have. I believe in helping countries to defend themselves. I don't believe in helping countries to attack others. Stop generalizing, God. She didn't, Drew. She actually didn't run on identity politics. That's kind of the thing. You can criticize her for criticize her for stuff that like she actually did. She didn't actually run on identity politics. Trump ran against her on identity politics. Actually, Haley, so I don't think you understand how the economy works or is measured. They would not have given you shit from that money. And right now, by the metrics, the way they measure the economy is doing great. Inflation is down. The stock market is up. The problem is that you aren't feeling that the economy is doing great because you're not rich. But the problem is, like most Republican economic policy doesn't give a fuck about you if you're not rich. So, they're going to be like, look at how great the economy. I mean, the economy is great based on the metrics. Based on like the official metrics, the economy right now doing great. But that doesn't translate to us experiencing that or feeling that. No, inflation isn't actually high, guys. It's at 2.4%. What you guys are saying, you guys are looking at your groceries and you're saying groceries are expensive. They are expensive because inflation was really high like last year and shit. But what you want, when you say that you want your groceries to go back to be cheap again, what you're actually saying is that you want deflation. And unfortunately, deflation would actually mean that our economy is fucking broken. Like, deflation means an economy is fucked, okay? And like, unfortunately, the fact that inflation is low now, that doesn't translate to cheaper groceries. What we need is an increase in income and shit. in order to be able to afford these new basically like levels of expenses. I'm not spreading misinformation. It's very basic, like Econ 101. Very basic Econ 101, guys. Yeah, you definitely have. You have large companies taking advantage. Guys, it's Econ 101. Deflation is bad for economies. You're unaware of the recent changes to how we measure inflation. No, the changes to how we measure inflation don't change what I'm saying. Deflation is bad. Deflation is, unfortunately, we would all love deflation for like a moment, right? Because we all want all the prices to go down. But deflation is like actually bad for an economy. The whole says so. Wow. Bold words for someone who can't even have a fucking profile picture. My God. Calling me a hole because no one will ever let you see theirs. Can someone take a screenshot of that and report it? I'm reporting it too. Report that for hate speech, guys, please. I don't think it's technically hate speech. Yeah, I've heard of the CPI, the Consumer Price Index. Nothing about the CPI changes what I just said. Nothing. What do you mean? The CPI supports what I said. The CPI is just a measure of inflation. Deflation. All I'm saying is deflation is bad for the economy. And you think, oh, have you ever heard of the CPI? Yeah. Okay, how does that disprove what I'm saying about deflation being bad for economies? Hi, Philippe. Thank you for the Let 'em Cooks. That is how inflation is measured. Good job. Good job. Yes, Blake. CPI does measure inflation. Deflation is still bad for the economy. I always let Republicans chat in here, Kai. Literally the only time we've had to basically stop the chat was last night when they were spamming so much we couldn't actually like read the chat. They were winning and they still felt the need to spam when other people were just talking and hanging out. Yeah, right. Talking into coffee. Next lesson, 10-year bond invert. They are just terms. Words have meaning, Blake. I don't care if you're a Democrat. Saying, hey, the CPI measures inflation does not in any way contradict the statement, deflation is bad for the economy. If fuel goes crazy, how does that reflect food prices? Well, so if the price of gas goes up or oil, it affects all sorts of prices because everything at its simplest form, the easiest way of answering that is like any physical product has to be transported, which requires fuel, right? That at its most basic level is a big thing. So like I work in film and stuff and I produce commercials and whatnot. And when gas was like crazy high, I had to charge my clients more for the gas that we required to drive, around to the locations and stuff. So that made, even though I have nothing to do with the gas and oil industry, and I'm not even selling like a physical product really, it cost me more to deliver that same product just by sheer need of transporting people, equipment, all that kind of stuff. So that's why gas prices then affect basically everything else. I mean, James says, why don't I hedge the cost of gas to my business? I will say, when I bid and factor in fuel costs, like, unless there's a huge fluctuation in the fuel cost, it doesn't really vary. I just, I had like an average cost, estimate based on whatever. Like, it's not based on actual, like, on exact mileage. I wouldn't just like, calculate it and stuff. But when fuel prices got like skyrocketed and it was actually going to be like a big enough difference that I couldn't just like use the old sort of like metrics or guesstimations, I had to just like up the prices on that. But I mean, just like anything, right? When camera rentals get more expensive, I'm also like bidding, my quotes and my bids are an estimate, and I'm not always going to get it right. Sometimes it's going to be a little bit more expensive. Sometimes it's going to be a little bit less, and I will like, I make the budget work. But because I'm good at my job and I know like pretty accurate estimates of stuff, I'm going to get it like within a range that is perfectly workable. Of Geritol? No, I don't like Tulsi, Nick. So inflation? Yes, exactly, Blake. In part, it's one type of inflated costs. Again, Blake, how does that disprove what I'm saying about deflation? Deflation is bad for the economy, Blake. Well, a small amount of inflation is healthy for an economy. The reason inflation is good, a small amount of inflation is good for an economy. It's not good. It's good for an economy is because you want people's dollars to be worth a teeny tiny little bit less tomorrow than today, because you want to encourage people to spend money. An economy requires people to spend money. That's what a healthy economy is, basically, in most simple terms, right? So you want people, if their dollar is worth more tomorrow than it is today, they're not going to spend. There is no reason for them to spend that dollar. That's deflation, right? People are going to start holding on to their money if it's worth more, in the future than it is today. So you want a little tiny bit of inflation so that it encourages money to be spent sooner rather than later. That's the simplest way of explaining it. Why deflation is bad for an economy. Deflation will stop an economy in its fucking tracks. In fact, if you're to the point of deflation, like your economy is already fucked. No, I don't have that mixed up, guys. It's very basic. Go look it up, guys. No, guys. Wow, this is insane. That is really stupid. A deflationary currency is not good. Deflation means that it is worth more tomorrow than it was today. That's what deflation means. Inflation means and by worth more or less, it means it has less buying power, right? Deflation means it has more buying power tomorrow than it does today. So, which is going to not encourage people to spend money at all. It's going to encourage them to hold on to their money. Inflation, just a tiny, tiny little bit, you want a small amount, encourages spending of money. It is true, guys. The fact that you guys have never had a basic fucking class in economics is apparent. Sorry, my Wi-Fi, I guess, like, popped off. Oops. I said that, guys. Inflation means your money has less buying power tomorrow. Deflation means it has more buying power tomorrow. Correct. That is exactly what I said. No one is saying that Biden... Firstly, it's not Biden's inflation. And no one is saying that 9 point whatever % inflation is good. A small amount of inflation, 1 and 2%, between 1 and 2% usually, that is considered good, and that's like the norm. Yes, exactly, Mr. Autumn. Did I? Sorry. Then I misspoke. Sorry. This is the one reason. No, guys. Deflation is bad for the economy. I've been saying it for like a fucking hour now. Deflation is bad for the economy. If you truly got deflation, you would be so fucked. Thank you, Kay. Actually, no, Alan. Other countries, the U.S., Biden got inflation under control much more quickly than other countries did. Inflation, in large part, was caused by, at least contributed to, by COVID and shit. And the U.S., Biden, got inflation under control much more quickly than other countries. So he actually, but you guys don't care. You guys don't care about facts. Deflation would end capital investment in the stock market. Yeah. One, two. Deflation equals weak economy. Correct, yeah. Deflation brings recession. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you, Kelsey. Deflation equals recession. Thank you. That's not what anyone's saying, LBR. No one is saying that a ton of inflation is good. Saying that deflation is bad does not mean that insane inflation is good. The fact that you guys think it's so black and white is like, Jesus. Thank you, me. Yeah, exactly, Nav. No, the convo did not start at inflation at 2% is good. The conversation started earlier when I kept saying deflation is bad, and someone was like, "Have you heard of CPI?" As if that somehow somehow proves that deflation is actually phenomenal. What? Actually, yeah, Stick. You want the dollar to be valued less tomorrow than today. Not you personally, but the economy wants you spending money. And the best way to get you to spend money now is by making it better to do so. Is by giving it more buying power today than tomorrow. It's not good on a personal level. Just because it doesn't, here's the thing. Here's what you guys don't understand. Just because something isn't like, immediately beneficial, just because it isn't something that you like for yourself on a personal level, doesn't mean that it isn't best for the economy. Like, I'm sorry that you don't like a small, teeny tiny amount of inflation. I'm sorry that you don't like that, but it's actually what's better for the economy. So I know that you want your dollar to have more buying power tomorrow than it does today, but if that were true, then that would fuck the economy up. So you got to pick one. Do you want a good economy, or do you want your money to be worth more tomorrow than it is today? The economy by like official economic metrics is actually very good right now. The problem is that you and I, as consumers at the bottom of the fucking barrel, we are not feeling the benefits of the very strong economy right now. Because the people who are reaping all the benefits are the very wealthy people and the corporations at the top. The economy is strong right now, but we are not reaping the benefits. Inflation is not at an all-time high. Inflation is down to 2.3, 2.4%. It is, guys. I know that your groceries are expensive, but that doesn't mean that the economy is not, like, according to the official metrics, in a good place. It actually is. Okay, bye. Thank God. Leave. Did I say if it went any lower, it would be... No, I didn't say that, James. You don't care about it's not a backwards definition of inflation. And exactly, guys, my point is, I'm not saying that you can afford your lives. I'm not saying everything's dandy. I'm saying that by the official metrics, the economy is great. It's just that the economy is not great for you or me. But unfortunately, because we have concentrated so much wealth in the hands of corporations and the, 1%, as long as they now make up so much of the economy, when the economy is sucking for you and me, it doesn't matter. It doesn't register. That's the thing. They hold so much of the economy in their hands that if it's going good for them, it's going great. For you and me, we don't fucking register. And that's because you guys keep voting for people who put more and more wealth in the hands of the corporations and the wealthiest. Sorry, but we don't even fucking register on the metrics of the economy at this point. Do I like nuclear power? Sure, yeah. Pretty clean energy. You're saying Biden is the person I'm talking about. What do you mean? I'm talking about I'm talking about policies long term. I'm not talking about policies in just the last 4 years. Which, by the way, again, you guys don't seem to understand that laws and economic policy are written by Congress. The president doesn't write economic laws or policy. They propose economic policy. They provide a proposal to Congress, and then Congress writes the policy. So actually, you know what's funny though? MAGA keeps talking about Make America Great Again. And anytime you ask them what decade things were great, those decades were under the Congress that was writing the economic policy was under Democratic control. So all the economic policy you guys love was written by Democrats, ironically. If Democrats wanted more tax on the rich, why wouldn't they raise the added Medicare tax above 0.009? What are you referring to, Clips? Yeah, I know, right, Ethan? Do I think a lot of people just didn't vote this year? Yeah. I know everything I'm talking about, Jason. The fact you don't know basic fucking... God, it's very embarrassing for you guys. America was great when corporate tax was 91%, right? Yeah, the largest when top marginal tax rate was 91%. That's the era you guys keep referring to. The economy flourished when we were not a wealthy oligarchy. The corps owned everything. Yeah, correct. Exactly. Do I agree with blaming non-voters third party? I mean, I think that yes and no, right? Like everyone, like I know everyone always wants to have like a specific single entity to blame for a loss, right? But the magical thing about democracy is that that's not how democracy works. Like by definition, democracy makes it so that it's not a single entity carries the blame or responsibility, right? Democracy, by definition, is like a mass participation event that we're all, and granted, the fucking electoral college and the way the U.S. handles, you know, the voting and the way votes are counted is not very democratic. It's not technically just like basic democracy. It is a form of democracy, but it is not like straight democracy. The theory behind democracy is that you spread out the decision-making power equally, right? Across the board for everyone. Now, I will say, people who can you blame someone for the loss? I think you can't blame a single person for the loss, but you can blame people you can hold people responsible for not showing up and like voting for someone, right? Like if they didn't vote for someone, if they didn't help that person win and that person lost, then yeah, you can partially hold them responsible for that. I mean, there's no single person who's going to be responsible for, you know, whatever. But like people who couldn't be fucked to show up to the polls, if terrible things happen to them as a result of that, that is partially their own responsibility. Partially. User said, if I get an IUD, do you think they would force me to get it out under Republican new laws and stuff? No, I don't believe they would, but I do think it's smart to get an IUD. I got an IUD 8 years ago when Trump first won. And the one I have is supposed to be replaced, I think, once every 9 years. So I'm getting it replaced before January. Do you see people flocking to blue cities? What do you mean, blue? I mean, yeah, there's like housing. There's a lot of people. There are more and more people in the cities. The fact that the cities keep getting more expensive to live in because there's higher and higher demand for living spaces in the cities points to, yes, people are flocking to blue cities. And actually it's been very documented that there are large swaths of rural America that are basically being abandoned, that like people are leaving. It's quite devastating. There's a bunch of like territory that has slowly but surely become unincorporated because there's not enough people living in those areas. Yeah, it's a thing. Do you see people flocking to blue states in bigger numbers? I don't know. I mean, we can look that up, Blue. I don't know that Republic is a type of fucking democracy, but yeah. Nobody is moving to the blue cities. Okay. Blue cities are shitholes. Okay. Don't move there. I'm being very selective with the questions you're choosing to answer. Well, yeah, because they like do climb up very quickly. I don't get to catch all of them. Blue. Great contribution, chat. Super well informed. You voted for someone endorsed by the Cheney family. And Trump supporters voted for someone who literally espouses authoritarian bullshit. I'm better than that. Yeah, fuck the Cheney family, but... And if you voted for Jill Stein, you voted for someone that is endorsed by literally, like, the leader of the sheet heads. Spellbound. You quit. Yeah, unfortunately, quitting consensual things doesn't always mean that it will not be forced on you one day. I guess you haven't read the news about how devastated Palestine is. Oh, shoot, I can't even say that on here. Pal is about Trump winning. RDIC. If you were pro-Pal, you would have done everything you could to avoid the guy whose literal like son-in-law is trying to sell waterfront property in G. Yeah, people care that others didn't vote, Daddy. They did keel, yeah. Well, technically, actually, Congress did keel. Congress gave is millions of dollars. But didn't Trump say that he would help them finish the job? And that's a quote. Guys, when Trump helps him finish the job, I'd love to see you guys in here again. Let me know how much better you were for Pal. And again, you should listen to Pal. They're quite devastated by his win, so. But sure, you get to have the moral high ground. Good for you. It's actually been going on for longer than a year. It's been going on for decades under Republican and Dem presidents alike. But only one president now, president-elect, I should say, has come out and said that he would let them finish the job with regards to removing all of G. Again, that's a quote. And you guys get to claim moral superiority by ensuring that guy won. I hope you're happy. I hope you're happy. I did what I could to save what few lives I could. But you get to be morally superior. So, congrats. I'm sure Pal really, really appreciates the moral superiority. I'm sure they love it. It has, Trisha. It is terrible, Haley. Yeah, I understand, Pedro. You seemingly glance past immigration, economy, global warming, weapon, nation of the DOJ. Yeah. I don't think I'm talking to you, Billy. I'm talking to Jill Stein voters. Also, again, by the way, to the people who say that both were the same, to the people who sat out this election because you claim that both Kamala and Trump are the same on PAL, if that was specifically why, let's say that they are, right? I will stand by the fact that only one of them has said he's going to help them finish the job. But let's say that they are exactly the same. You sat out. You're willing to, you knew that one of them was going to win. You knew that one of them would win. And you're willing to sell out all of the other people who are now going to be negatively affected by Trump's win. LGBTQ people, women, people of color, especially women of color. Like immigrants. Those are the people you sold out for two, because you said they were exactly the same. They're exactly the same. And you know for a fact that one of them was going to win. You sold all of them out in order to act like you're morally superior. Okay. I'm not saying they do magic. I'm not saying American lives matter more than PAL. I'm asking you, if you say that you sat out the election because Trump and Kamala are the exact same for PAL, which I disagree with, but let's say that you're right, that they're exactly the same, and you sat them out, you're perfectly happy to harm all of those American lives for the exact same result for PAL. You said that they're the same. So according to you, no matter who won, it would be the exact same result for PAL. So what you did was ensure that women, people of color, LGBTQ, all those communities would be negatively affected to have the exact same result in PAL. That's what you did. That's according to you. So, okay. Same. If you voted third party, same thing, Frost. Who's spamming? Oh, no, you want me to talk about what rights people are actually losing? I mean, I'm talking about the rights that they have threatened to take away. You know, they've, like, the Supreme Court, Clarence Thomas in his own brief when they overturned Roe v. Wade, which, by the way, was a loss to women's rights, no matter what you say. It was a loss to women's rights. You can try to rewrite basic facts. That's a loss to women's rights. In that decision, they talked about also re-examining LGBTQ rights, right to contraception. Right to contraception is literally on the fucking table. Women in certain states are now, like, certain states are trying to get legislation that would prevent women from traveling to a different state to access medical care. That those are women's rights. These are things, I mean, these have been put on the table. These have been suggested or are being attempted currently by Republicans. That's what we're talking about. You can pretend not, but that's a mere fact. I'm not going to debate facts with you. It's a fact. So I'm not saying that Kamala could bring back Roe v. Wade. No one is. No one's saying that. But you could listen to what I'm actually saying, and we could have an actual conversation about that. Or you can just pretend like I'm saying something. Stop spamming. Okay. Ay. I wish someone had aborted you, dude. You've seen none of that? Okay, well, that's on you for not paying attention. It's happening whether you guys close your eyes to it or not. It doesn't matter. Actually, no. It's a fact that most people do want women to have the right to choose. You can look it up. The majority of the United States, of America, the population, when polled on this, the majority of them support a woman's right to choose. That is a fact. Yeah, like 70% of people are in favor of Roe. Yep. You guys don't, no one in here, no one is saying that Kamala Harris alone would have somehow reestablished Roe v. Wade. That's not what we're saying. We're saying Democrats are not trying to further strip away these rights. That's what we're saying. But you guys elected people who have openly stated that now not only would they like to, continue to repeal women's rights, they have written this. This is written down. They said we should also relook at gay marriage. We should look at interracial marriage. Literally. We should look at the decisions that guaranteed women's right to contraception. You should look at the fact there are states currently suing the FDA trying to get mifepristone banned nationwide, not just in the states, nationwide. You have states that are trying to enact policy that would prevent women from traveling to other states. So again, not really leaving it up to the states now, are we? We're like leaving it up to the states that want to restrict more and who are going to try to force everyone else around them to adhere to their restrictions. That's what we're talking about. No one is saying that Kamala Harris is somehow going to make Roe v. Wade the law of the land again. No, we're saying that Republicans are trying to strip away more rights. They have said so. They have said as much repeatedly. So pretending like it's not true is not, pretend all you want. It doesn't make it true. What do you mean none of that happened? You understand that that time moves in a forward direction, right? Time is moving forward. So just because something hasn't happened yet doesn't mean it won't happen. When someone says today, hey, I'm going to do a thing, if they haven't already done it, that doesn't mean they're not going to do it. Does that make sense? If I tell you, hey, I'm going to go get a haircut this Saturday, you don't get to tell me like, well, you haven't gotten a haircut yet, therefore you're not getting a haircut. That's not how that fucking works. Time, one direction, baby girl. One direction. I don't want it to be a state matter. Again, I don't believe in it being a state matter. I assure you, it's a lot deeper than that, turkey noodles. Stop spamming, guys. If you repeat the same comment a bunch of times, you will get muted or booted. I know, coffee. I am correct. D-Ferg, what I said about Be Better was that his family, his dad's company, received a lot of money from the Trump administration. And that is correct, no matter, even if Kamala lost the election. And also, by the way, just because she lost the election doesn't mean his criticisms of her campaign weren't accurate. Because he said stuff that was actually demonstrably not true. He said she hasn't done this, which people pulled up and proved that she was doing. He said she hasn't done that. People, once again, proved that she was doing that. So the fact that she lost doesn't mean that he was right. That's not how that works. Give examples. It's been a while, but he talked about how she wasn't doing any sort of like campaigning on social media targeting like younger voters and stuff, that she didn't like, I forget exactly what it was, because I mostly just talked about his family's money, which is still true, by the way. That does not become any less true just because Kamala lost. Stop spamming. Come on. I just gave an example, Griff. I gave you an example. I don't know I don't remember all the details, but he talked about how she was not targeting younger voters using social media. That's a basic one. That is a big one, but it was a basic one. And people were like, look at all this targeting of social media and younger voters. It's a very simple one. It's very easily provable. That is what he said, T-Ferg. That is part of what he said, yeah. Kamala didn't censor TikTok and social media. Donald Trump tried to ban TikTok very early on. He signed an executive order to ban TikTok. He got sued for it. It got basically overturned. Republicans have been pushing it in Congress for years since then. And just this year, Democrats finally got on board with it following Is Pal. Stop spamming, guys. Hi, Asinine. No, RDIC, that's not how that works. No, Congress passed the TikTok ban bill. He signed it into law. Like, the way, by the way, the margins by which it was passed means that even if he had tried to veto it, it would have been passed anyway. They didn't need his signature on the bill for it to pass. But he signed it anyway to, like, speed it along. And his signature is not Kamala's signature. But also, Trump was the very first person that tried to ban TikTok. He signed an executive order to ban it. I know you guys have like really, really short memory and attention spans, but that's when, do you guys remember that whole like period where people were like, everyone was posting being like, oh, looks like TikTok's gonna be banned. We're so sorry. Thank you. And gave all these like really sad goodbye things. That was because Donald Trump signed a TikTok ban bill, or executive order rather. Okay, good, Tony. Goodbye. No one wants you here. Nice deflection. I mean, it's fact. Guys, it's fact. It's so easy to look up. I don't know why you guys are so like you guys, MAGA won the election. You guys can stop lying. You can stop fucking lying. It is so basic. Like, you can stop like denying reality. Donald Trump did in fact issue an executive order banning TikTok a few years ago. He got sued and it was basically overturned. So, but that is a fact. You can look that up very easily. You can stop lying about the guy. He just won the election. You can stop denying reality. Hi, Ronaldie. Tony, I thought you were leaving. Oh, no, I don't disagree that Kamala failed in her campaign. Tony, I don't disagree that she failed. Obviously, she fucking failed. She lost the election. Yeah, the Dem Party failed. The DNC failed. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, her stance on Palestine was part of it. Pal started it. Thank you, Evan. It was a long shot to begin with, Vinny. I agree. I think she ran a good I do think she ran a pretty good campaign. I don't think it was perfect. But I think the DNC, I think Biden failed us. I think he should never have run a second time at all. And I think that's where all our issues started, really. Yeah, I think it was a mix of that, Hunty. I think that's part of it. But I think also, like, the current cost of living, the problem is, like, a lot of people don't understand the issues with the current cost of living. And, like, by the way, like, I acknowledge shit is way too expensive. I absolutely agree. But I also know that, like, the president doesn't write economic policy. They propose economic policy. So that's why Kamala Harris has like a proposed economic policy that she like shared and whatnot. But ultimately Congress writes economic policy. They're the ones who like establish this. But also, like, we can look at inflation and be like, inflation is high worldwide, or was high worldwide. It has come down in the US under Biden quicker than any other country. So they brought it under control in this country. That doesn't make, things in America any less expensive, because that's not deflation. Slowing down inflation is not the same as deflation, which we don't want because that's bad for the economy, as we established. I agree. Shit's fucked up in terms of the cost of living. But in order to battle that, like, the way to fix that isn't having deflation, because deflation will absolutely fuck us. That is very bad for the economy. What you need is more affordability. In order to make these higher prices more affordable, you need to start raising actual incomes for people. You need to start raising minimum wage. You need to start, raising wages across the board. You need to empower unions to fight for better wages. Like, very simple. You need to start, like, taxing corporations that are taking advantage of charging people a hell of a lot more and paying them not more at all. You got to start going after the people that are ending up with all that wealth. But Republican policy doesn't do that. It just doesn't do that. So no one said that raising wages lowers prices, guys. Raising wages makes prices more affordable. The fact that you don't understand that affordability is different from straight up price is fucking, good God. Yeah, deflation is bad, guys. Deflation is bad. Deflation is bad. Deflation is bad, guys. Too much inflation is bad, but economies actually rely on a very small, like a low amount of inflation. We covered this earlier. Very basic. So deflation is bad because what that basically means is, like, let's say that bananas are $20 today, right? And they're going to be $10 by the end of the week. That means that your dollar's buying power it's not that, like, the dollar is worth more or less, like, specifically. It's that it has more or less buying power, right? So today, $20 will only get you one banana, but in a week, because the dollar's, like, deflating, it'll get you two bananas. So are you going to buy a banana today? Probably not. You're going to wait. You're going to wait until next week. But then when next week comes around, are you going to buy a banana then, or are you going to maybe wait another week when your $20 will buy you 4 bananas? You're going to hold off on buying things because you know that your money's going to have more purchasing power the more you hold on to it and wait, which slows an economy down. An economy basically describes money being exchanged. Like, people have to buy and sell goods. That is what an economy is. So if you have a situation in which people are holding onto their money because it's actually better for them to not spend any money and just wait, that's bad. That stops the economy entirely. So unfortunately, yes, we had crazy high inflation, but now it's, like, under control, but that doesn't mean that prices have gotten down. Like, I'm not saying that prices, that all of a sudden everything is affordable. It's not. It's absolutely not. But inflation is down right now. And unfortunately, all of the prices coming down, like, all together and stuff, is actually going to be a deflationary situation. And that is going to be very, very bad, very dangerous for our economy. What we need is to make the higher prices more affordable, right? We need wage increases. That's not to say that wage increases make things cheaper. It just makes them more affordable. And that's the problem. People look at it as, like, they look at affordability being just a matter of, like, oh, something that costs $1 today should cost 50 cents instead of $1. That's how you make it more affordable. No, but you also make it more affordable by increasing how much money you make, so that $1 isn't like a tenth of your income anymore. You know what I mean? You guys keep saying, well, the wage price like spiral, but the problem is that corporations right now, they're charging you higher prices. Like, what's your solution? Your solution is deflation, which will actually just stop the economy. They're charging you the higher prices whether they pay you more or not. They're going to keep increasing those prices, whether they're paying their employees, which is you, more or not. So while they're increasing those prices, don't you agree that they should also be paying you more? Like, your solution is that what? They don't pay you more? You think they're going to stop raising the price? They already raised the prices, babe. The prices, they've been raised. They're going to keep raising them. They always do. Dylan, they're going to charge you more whether they pay their employees more or not. No evidence. I mean, this is basic economic theory, guys. Yeah, right? Capitalists arguing for deflation is actually funny. It is wild. You guys can be capitalists all you want, but to be a capitalist arguing for deflation is insane. A capitalist system, like, cannot exist with deflation, not healthfully at least. Capitalism literally requires a small amount of inflation. Like that, to be a capitalist wanting deflation, you don't understand. Like, you very clearly just, yeah, exactly. It fundamentally needs inflation to exist. No, right now the inflation is low, but we are feeling the residual effects of when it was high. When people say that inflation is high right now, they're actually wrong about that, unfortunately. I'm not saying that your groceries are affordable. They're not, but they're unaffordable because inflation was really high last year. Right now, inflation is low. When you say you want your groceries to be more affordable, I agree, but we have different solutions. You want deflation, which is incompatible with capitalism. If you are a capitalist, you should not want deflation because that will break the entire fucking system. Capitalism cannot exist with deflation. When I say I think your groceries should be more affordable, I am applying the laws of capitalism in order to make them more affordable without breaking the capitalist system we exist in. They have to be made more affordable by bringing your wages up. If we have deflation, that breaks the system. It's very simple. You don't need a degree in economics to know that deflation is bad for capitalism. It's very basic. Econ 101. Around 2% inflation is the goal. And right now it's around 2.4. I've explained it how, Nikki. It's not my reasoning, Nikki. It is very basic. Very basic. It's like it's a very basic fact. It is part of capitalism. Capitalism only exists if you are spending money. If you, the consumer, are spending money. Capitalism requires everyone to be spending money. The corporations, the consumers, whatever. It needs money to be exchanging hands. If your money has more buying power tomorrow than it does today, you're not going to spend your money today. And then when you get to tomorrow, if your money is going to have more spending power, more buying power the day after that than it does tomorrow, you're going to keep holding on to your money. So that's why you can't have deflation and actually have a healthy economy, a healthy capitalist economy. Deflation means prices are going down, which means that your dollar has more buying power every day. Each day that goes by, it has more buying power, which means you're going to hold on to it for as long as possible. A small amount of inflation is ideal in a capitalistic system because it encourages people to spend money. And when I say people, I know you think you, but the problem is when we're saying this, when we're talking about this, you're thinking of yourself and you're like, no, I mean, I'm trying not to spend money, right? Because you are barely making enough money to make ends meet. So when I tell you, oh, a small amount of inflation is good because it encourages you to spend money, you hear that and you're like, no, but that's bad because I only have so much money to spend, right? I know. Take yourself out of take yourself out of your personal bubble, because unfortunately right now we're in a system where you are not paid enough. That is the simple fact. You are not paid enough. So this sounds like crazy. It sounds like crazy talk. But a capitalist system needs to encourage people to spend their money. And by people, we also just mean corporations. Corporations need to be incentivized to pay for your labor today more than paying for your labor tomorrow. If they can get 12 hours of work out of you, if they have $100, right? And today they can get 10 hours of work out of you for $100, but tomorrow they can get 12. They're not going to pay you today. They're not going to hire you today. And maybe let's extend it by a month, right? If this month they can pay you $100 and only get 10 hours of work out of you, but they know that next month they can pay you that same $100 and get 12 hours of work out of you, they're not going to hire you this month. They're just not going to do it. They're going to hire you next month. They're going to wait, right? Now, if they know, if we go in the opposite direction with a little bit of inflation, right? A little bit of inflation. If they know that this month they can pay you $100 and get 10 hours of work out of you, and they know that next month it's going to cost them $102 to get 10 hours of work out of you, they're going to want to pay you now. They're going to want to hire you today and pay you today with that $100 rather than hiring you next month and paying you next month and paying you a little bit more. Obviously, these are overly simplified, whatever. I'm just trying to illustrate what we mean by you gotta, an economy, a capitalist economy has to encourage spending with a teeny tiny bit of inflation. Inflation right now is at 2.4%. Tariffs, by the way, are inflationary. So all the tariffs that Trump has been promising are going to cause more inflation. They're going to increase your costs. And you're not going to get paid for them, by the way. That's the crazy thing, too. I know everyone keeps saying, oh, well, but if you pay people more, then the prices go up. Okay, but the prices go up, and they're not paying you anymore. The prices are going to go up no matter what. They're not paying you anymore. So I'm just saying that while the prices are going up, they should probably be paying you a bit more so you can afford them, personally. But if you really if you want to keep making exactly the amount you're making year over year while the prices keep increasing, fucking have at it. That's literally what you just voted for anyway, so go for it. I have money. Whatever. But if we're talking about tariffs, the crazy thing is at least if the increase in costs comes from employees being paid more, at the very least, that increase in cost is ending up, I know not every product you buy is coming from your employer, but let's look at this the way we look at an economy, right? If the entire workforce is making more money and that's what's causing the cost of goods to go up, at the very least, that money, that increased cost is at least on some level also being paid into the workers. Tariffs don't work that way. Tariffs are charging countries that you import from, right? So external countries, you're charging them extra money to go directly into the government's pockets, right? So the country is going to raise their prices in order to make up, the cost, because they want to make the exact same amount of money. I don't know why you think that they're going to be charged tariffs and not raise their prices, but your employer is gonna, but you understand that your employer paying you more is gonna make them raise prices. You know what I mean? Like, you understand when it costs them more, they're gonna raise the prices. But tariffs, however, that increase in price is not going to the workers. It's not going to you at all. That's just an increase of price that you're seeing no benefit from. That's it. Stop spamming, Walter. No, that was actually 100% correct. The fact that you guys don't know basics. The fact that you guys, God, it's so funny. It's so basic. The country doesn't pay the company. Yeah, fine. The company in another country, right? But I'm saying they're paying to the fucking country. The goods coming out of China, yes, it is Chinese companies. But when we say, I'm sorry, now you guys are getting specific. Trump goes up and says constantly, oh, we're putting tariffs on China, we're charging China all these tariffs. He's talking China. You guys don't get up in arms and say, well, actually, he means Chinese companies. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, fine. The tariffs are being charged to the company. They got to pay, and they will pay. It is a tax. It's a tariff on them, which is being paid to the government, to the country, not to you, the consumer, to the government. The American company, okay, but you understand. Oh my God. You believe in this case the American company? Okay, whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. They're importing, the importer, the company, it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. Guys, it is the cost of whatever you're importing is going up. It is being paid by the company bringing in the product. When the product crosses an international border, there is an extra fee being charged by the government, right? That fee is not going towards labor. It's not being paid to any employees. You're going to see an increase in those costs. Like, you're going to be charged more money for that increase in cost, but no one's labor is being rewarded for it. My point is, like, I am saying if you increase wages, like, that's good, right? Sure, maybe prices will go up. Maybe they'll go up. The prices are going to go up no matter what. But at the very least, when you're increasing wages, if the price goes up, at least part of that increase in price is going back into the workers. It's going into your pockets. A tariff is not going towards it's not going to you. You are being charged extra money and you are reaping zero fucking benefits from it. It's very simple. Oh, God. It's very simple. I do understand that, Mason. I do understand. What you're saying is no, but the point of tariffs is to convince companies to manufacture here, right? Why does that work? Why does that work? Do you know why? The reason it works is because you make it more expensive to just import the goods, right? You're saying, okay, that's going to convince them to import, to do here, do manufacturing here, blah, 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 right? Which, by the way, isn't that simple, because you don't get to, it's not just a matter of all of a sudden hiring American workers and whatever. You actually have to build the fucking factory. You have to then pay for the fucking materials. You have to build the infrastructure around it, right? You have to get all the transport vehicles. You got to get all the equipment. You got to get all that. First of all, it's going to cost you a shit ton more money. You don't have the infrastructure in the first place to just switch it over and be like, okay, fine, hire Americans. That's not how that works. It just isn't. So what you're just going to do, it's going to be a lot more expensive for most companies in most cases to actually try to make the switch over to suddenly setting up an American operation, built, getting a factory built, or even just buying a factory, putting all the equipment, buying all the equipment to do it, whatever, or like finding, because, and you're going to say, oh no, but they'll just find an American, manufacturer that's doing it, Okay. But that American manufacturer, like, doesn't exist yet, or is not operating on on a production level that can meet those needs just on demand, right? That's just not how that works. And so, and you can look this up, like in practice, it does not work. It is not that simple. So sure, it encourages them to maybe like transfer the thing. Let's say they could just flip a switch, right? The reason they do it is because it is cheaper, or it costs the same, cheaper, let's be real, for them to just hire the American manufacturing, okay? But in order for that to remain cheaper, like either way, they are paying more to do this, which is why you put the tariff in, which means that the cost has gone up regardless. It's going to cost you more. The only reason they're going to switch to American manufacturing rather than importing is because you've made importing more expensive to match the cost of American manufacturing, which means it's already more expensive. So you're paying more regardless. So they're going to charge the consumer more regardless. Very simple. Yeah, if all goods consumed were made in the U.S., prices would skyrocket. That's part of it, too. The cost of goods will go up. That is exactly how that works, guys. No, high inflation, Blake, again, you don't understand how that works. Inflation, when inflation comes down, that is not deflation. That is not the same as deflation. Inflation being lower is not the same as deflation, Blake. You've been in here for like an hour trying to like claim this. Actually, close to 2 hours now. That is not what deflation means. Good God. Yeah, exactly, Francis. Francis says, tariffs work when you're strategic and selective about what to tariff. To tariff everything is wild. Blake keeps repeating himself. Yeah. What is the term for inflation going down then? Inflation going down. It's like two rates. So zero, it's like two terms for two different things. Imagine zero, right? Like equilibrium, where everything, stagnation, really. Stagnation means it was like worth the exact same day after day, right? Inflation is in this direction. I guess for you guys, yeah, let's do that. Inflation, this direction, right? If like stagnation, your dollar is worth the exact same amount today, tomorrow, a year from now. Inflation goes this way, right? Your dollar is worth less tomorrow, a year later, You can have 9% inflation, you can have 2% inflation, whatever. When inflation goes from 9% to 2%, that is inflation lowering, okay? Deflation is this direction, okay? Where your dollar is technically worth more tomorrow than today. This is bad. Stagnation, technically also bad. When inflation goes from 9% to 2%, that's not deflation. That is not deflation. That is it's a different thing. It's just a slower rate of inflation, a lower rate of inflation. That's it. Disinflation. I don't know. Is that really a word? So reason most manufacture overseas because it's cheaper. Yeah, it's much cheaper overseas. That's why they do it. There is no optimal rate of deflation. Deflation is bad for capitalism. A capitalistic economy with deflation is in serious trouble. Yeah, that's true. Down north. Deflation is bad. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but it's bad. It's bad for an economy. It's bad. Okay. I know that not everyone was in here before, but the reason deflation is bad, and I know it sounds counterintuitive, because when you and I as individuals think about it, we're like, oh, deflation sounds great for me, right? As an individual. Deflation is bad because it means that my dollar has more buying power tomorrow than it does today. I mean, everyone knows what inflation is, right? That my dollar, if in inflation, my dollar has less buying power tomorrow than it does today. My $1, my $20 will buy, let's say, or my $10 will buy a banana today, and in a week, a banana will cost me $20, right? That's what inflation is. Deflation is the opposite. $20 today will buy me one banana, and in a week, the banana will cost me $10. That sounds great to you or me, right? Because we, as an individual, are like, oh, awesome. Okay, if I just hold on to my money, then it'll just get inherently more valuable because it will have more buying power. Not valuable as in interest or anything like that. My dollar will have more buying power if there is deflation. Sounds great for me as an individual, right? For the economy, fucking terrible. Because the economy, especially a capitalist economy, depends on people spending money. You need to spend money. Because if I can get 2 bananas next week for the price of one today, I'm going to wait. I'm not going to buy that, right? If a company can hire 2 workers next week for the price it's going to cost them to hire 1 worker today, they're going to wait. They're not going to hire the fucking worker today. They're going to wait a week till they can hire 2. And when they get there, they're probably actually just going to hire 1 worker for half the rate, and they're going to wait another week when they can hire another worker for a quarter of the rate. Do you see what I'm saying? So for an economy, deflation is fucking terrible. Terrible. What you want, and as much as it sucks and it sounds counterintuitive, what you want is a small amount of inflation, because stagnation, also not great. Small amount of inflation for an economy stimulates spending. It's like it encourages money to be spent today rather than tomorrow. And that's what you want in an economy. You want money, like, for the most part. Obviously, not a ton. If the economy is too hot, you want to slow it down, whatever. You catch my drift. Stagnation isn't great because stagnation isn't as horrible as deflation, but stagnation isn't great because it doesn't encourage any spending. You know what I mean? What you want to do is you want to encourage spending, basically. I'm correct. Yeah, currency hedges is not about inflation or deflation. That is about like the power of a currency compared to other currencies. That's why I'm saying like buying power. And like we're talking, small fluctuations in currency. That's different, right? Like you are not going to the grocery store and seeing the price, like if the dollar, and if, to be clear, if this were to happen, this would be bad for Americans. Like, yes, you can hedge currencies because the dollar will have more power against, the euro, the, pound, whatever, over a bit of time. But you're not going to the grocery store and watching the price of all groceries go up and down by like a few cents, constantly to match, the value of the dollar and stuff in that sense. Are you? You're not. Or even day to day. They're not doing that. And like, yeah, sometimes goods will cost less. Sometimes goods will cost less. Absolutely. When you have too many bananas, you got to sell them a whole bunch. You got to, get them off your hands. You're going to lower the cost of bananas. You're going to lower the price of bananas to try to get people to buy more of them. Because again, by the way, especially when we're talking about groceries, you need people to buy groceries because they will go bad if they don't. So an economy a grocery economy does not benefit from people not buying groceries in the first place, obviously. So if a specific good or service, whatever, if that gets cheaper because demand, is low or whatever, or supply is high, that makes sense. But for an entire economy, for all of it to basically fluctuate on those levels, and for the entire economy to have deflation on the level of like, not just today the dollar was worth a little bit less, but like every good in America is slowly but surely getting cheaper. So every dollar held by Americans is more valuable for them to hold on to. Now, that's the problem. That's the problem. Hi, Josh. Why can't the dollar just stay the same? I need more nuance. No, man. Are you kidding me? They can barely understand the very basic version of it. I can't throw more nuance into my explanations. They barely understand the basics. How do we increase them? You got to like force corporations to do it. Corporations are not going to increase wages out of the kindness of their hearts. Good for you, Goon Squad. Thank you. Oh, retired banker. Did I get it more or less right, Jim? A freshman economics student? Thank you so much. Thank you, Jim. See, the retired banker says that I'm all over it. I'm saying thank you, Goon, because I'm obviously in my mid-30s. So to call me like a freshman would suggest that I'm maybe younger. That's why I'm saying thank you. I know that that's not what you were intending to say or suggest. Don't worry. How do I explain it? Oh, I explain it as that's the fucking USA, dude. That's what the US has been doing, both left and right, since the US has, been able to use is as a fucking foothold in the ME. That's what the US does, man. All the intricacies of what? No, I think people who sat out the election because of the messaging around Jill Stein, in part. No, I'm not trying to fucking debate. I'm literally just fucking. Oh, please. Someone who doesn't know the difference between effect and affect is not someone I'm gonna like take very seriously, dude. Dude, Goon, you're literally in a chat with people who don't know why deflation is bad for economies in general, or don't know why the goal is a small amount of inflation. You really think we're going to talk fucking Forex in here and have anyone understand it? Like, go fucking explain it on your stream. These people literally don't even know why a small amount of inflation is the goal for economies. I'm not going to dive into fucking Forex. Why would I have to tell you, Goon? We're not talking about Forex. They are, T. It's mostly MAGA that for some reason, even though they won the election, are like just out here trying to pick fights with everyone. Because everything I said was correct, Goon. You're wanting me to get more in the weeds and more nuanced about like specific use cases and stuff. Forex, Forex, foreign exchange markets. This is not a podcast. Yeah, well, the problem is also inflation is bad, misses like a big part of the story. Too much inflation is bad, but a small amount of inflation is literally the goal for a capitalistic economy. And the other thing that they don't understand, which is the big part of this, is that lowered inflation doesn't mean lowered prices. Like, that's not what that means. Lowered prices across the board is deflation, which is bad. I don't know Joe Rogan. If I did, I would not do that guy any favors. So why am I not in politics? Define in politics. Yeah, AMD did pretty well. Inflation adjusted for wage growth? No, you mean wage growth adjusted for inflation. You think inflation adjusts for wage growth? No. No. That's not how that works. No, the current goal is not deflation, guys. The current goal is not deflation because that would be very, very bad for the economy. Blake, once again, prices will go up no matter what. Prices went up already. Inflation occurred. Did your wages increase? Nope. I mean, you think government's okay? I mean, the biggest government spender to date was Trump. So I didn't say inflation doesn't mean higher prices. Inflation is higher prices by definition. If I did, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Obviously, I've been saying this. I've been talking about inflation, what inflation is, for 2 hours. I'm sorry if I misspoke literally once in the last 2 hours. And you guys, if you guys have been listening at all, you know exactly what I'm saying. It's not that stagnation, it's not that it discourages spending, it's that it doesn't encourage it, John. Oh, God. So once again, a small amount of inflation is good for an economy because it basically encourages people to spend their money today rather than tomorrow. It's the simplest way of putting it. The economy needs people spending. No, inflation does not equal too much government spending. That's not. Oh, God. Okay, I've explained inflation like I think 7 times now in this chat. I understand some people are new here and did not hear one of the 7 explanations we've given so far. I'm running out of giving a shit. I know you guys aren't listening and you're not going to like learn anything. So yeah, they don't. I didn't explain it wrong, guys. I didn't explain it wrong. Yes, Jay Hartman. Like when I've explained inflation, I've explained it is buying power. Because also, by the way, when I say, oh, the value of the dollar increases and decreases, then all of a sudden, or like your money's value increases, people get confused and they're like, well, then just invest. So buying power is usually the term that I use. But a lot of people don't even, people asked me in this chat tonight, what does buying power mean? Welcome. I've been doing this for over 2 hours now. I think they stayed home, John. What do you mean? Where did they go? I think they either voted for Trump or they stayed home. What do you mean? Went. Where did they go? Yeah, it's all good. My stance is that economic policy is written by Congress. That's not even my stance. That's just fact, guys. It's just fact. I think Harris's proposed economic fucking plan. Basically, when the president comes into office, they submit proposals to Congress. So what Kamala prepared was a proposal, an economic proposal that she would submit to Congress. Now, if Kamala had won, but Republicans controlled Congress, they would not do shit for her proposal. It would have gone nowhere. And similarly, if Trump had won, but Democrats had taken over Congress and shit, his proposal would have probably gone nowhere. They would have done what they wanted to do anyway. I mean, within reason, because they do need the president to sign, whatever. So, yeah, I mean, we can talk about the proposals, but what you really want is a Congress that actually gives enough of a shit to pass good policy. And the president can propose the policy. The problem is when you look at like Kamala's policy versus Trump's, you gotta see it as Republican policy versus Democrat. That's basically what you really gotta look at overall. So she would probably not have gotten her economic policy passed if she had become president, but if, Congress stayed under Republican control and vice versa. I'm getting tired. Or executive orders don't pass like full economic policy. Yeah, it's really depressing, 303. I've asked way too many people, hey, what are the 3 branches of government on here, and gotten the incorrect answer. I wasn't born or raised in this country, guys. I moved here at 18 for university, and I know how the government works better than you guys. I hope in 2 years we have a blue wave and Congress can start passing better fucking laws. But the funny thing is, if Congress somehow goes back to blue in 2 years, Donald Trump is going to claim all the credit for any good that they do, as always. Sure. Inflation is higher worldwide than it is in the US right now. It basically climbed globally in large part because of, everything that was affected by the pandemic. The US under Biden lowered inflation much more quickly than everyone else in the world. But sure, let's make this about the Dems. Also, by the way, like ironically, with a lot of economic policy under Biden still being at least partially written by Republicans. But you guys don't know that, do you? Global markets are okay. Okay. Yeah, he's already going to claim credit for infrastructure improvements. That's what he did too. He claimed credit for a lot of shit that Obama did. The guy was handed a lot of good stuff and claimed credit for it. And then a lot of the shitty tax policy that you guys don't like was passed by Republicans under Trump. But you guys don't know how your own government works. So what's even the use in talking about it? Anyway, let's see. I think I saw God Cottage. Do you guys want to hop up and have just like hang out? Cottage Clove. Hi guys. Okay. Sounds good. Okay, good. All right, sure. Thank you, Samantha. Hi, guys. Sorry, YouTube. For some reason, I'm not seeing your messages pop up on the thing. Sorry, let me fix that. I'm sorry, YouTube. I don't mean to neglect you.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi, God.
Hello again, E.
Triple E.
It's a weird name. Yeah. Triple E. Yeah, we'll do it like that.
Oh, yeah. Hey, guys, don't forget, you can find me here. TikTok's definitely going away now. So please find me elsewhere. I would deeply appreciate it. That's funny, Joshua. I mean, why don't you get back to me when Trump is done in G? Why don't you get back to me when he's done helping Bibi finish the job? You gambled those lives. You gambled them.
And will be partially responsible.
Biden, guys, again, the fact, Jesus. A lot of the stuff we started talking about is because people were like, Biden banned TikTok. No, actually, Donald Trump first issued an executive order banning TikTok. He got sued. It got overturned. That's the first step in what happened. That's when, a few years ago, you may remember, a bunch of TikTokers came on and posted very sad goodbyes because they thought it was going to get banned. It got overturned, luckily. And then Republicans in Congress were like, all right, fine, we'll ban it. And they've been trying to do it for several years, basically ever since then. But they didn't have the support of Democrats, so they couldn't pass it until this past year when Iz and Pal, that whole situation started breaking out. And because America as a whole, both sides, mind you, is at the mercy of AFAC and Iz, all of a sudden, a chunk, not all of them, not as many as the Republicans, but a chunk of Democrats were like, all right, fine, yeah, we'll help you guys. We'll give you the votes you need to pass the ban bill. And so they voted on it and they passed it by a large enough margin that whether or not Biden signed it, it would have been passed. So here's the thing is, Congress passes legislation. It's got to pass both chambers. It passes in one, then it gets kicked over to the other one, and they pass like their version of it, basically. And then if both chambers of Congress pass it, it makes its way to the president's desk, who then signs it into law. Almost always the president will sign it into law. Once in a while, the president will use their veto power and be like, nah. But if they veto it, that doesn't necessarily mean it's dead. It can be kicked back over to Congress. And if it gets is it 2/3 or 3/5 majority? I don't know. One of those, like a bigger majority in wherever it originated, then it passes anyway. So you can override the president's veto. It passed in Congress with such a wide margin, because it had all Republicans and all of a sudden it had a whole chunk of Democrats sign on, that even if Biden had vetoed it, it would have been passed anyway. So he just signed it into law. But yeah, we can be mad. Fuck Biden for signing it into law. But also fuck every single Republican who voted for it. There was like, I think 2 who didn't. And there was like a handful of like Democrats who didn't, whatever. So always blaming somebody else if you have to just get a job. I'm blaming the legislators for the legislation they passed. I'm not sure why it's my fault if Congress does something.
But if you keep explaining how it works, maybe more people will listen and learn how things work. Because they still don't know.
So I just admitted Biden. Okay, yeah, let's act like you didn't hear the entire thing I just explained. It doesn't matter. If Biden had not signed it, like, it would have become law anyway. They didn't need Biden to sign it. He just signed it. But yeah, let's act like Biden, all he had to do was he didn't even have to give a signature, is responsible for the thing that Republicans have been pushing for years and trying to get done for years and only just finally succeeded. Something that Donald Trump literally tried to just use an executive order to do it, illegally, mind you, which is why he got sued and why it got overturned. But sure, let's make this Biden's fault. God.
Yeah, they don't remember things for very long either. They forgot about all that.
I don't think Trump can remember what day he hates TikTok and what day he likes it, though.
Yeah.
To be fair.
I don't think he can actually remember his own name most of the time. He's really old, though, so.
Yeah. And I mean, the one benefit is he did receive a large donation from some like pro TikTok lobbyist. And then he came out like right after the bill passed. And he was like, oh, actually, yeah, I think that the ban was terrible. Even though all Republicans had just basically they've been trying to make it, even though he was the first guy, again, who used an executive order to try to ban it in the first. He literally is the person who started this. He started this whole fucking thing from the beginning. So even though he's the one who kicked it off with an executive order, and then it was Republicans that did all the heavy lifting and the hard work to get that shit passed, he was paid a visit by a lobbyist, and then all of a sudden the next day he was like, yeah, don't ban TikTok. So easy. He will sell. I mean, it's so easy to get Trump to say whatever you need him to say. All you got to do is give him a clean couple million, apparently. And so, yeah, we'll see, though. But he's also, as we know, not a man of his word and very fickle. And he's pretended to support things that, next day he won't if it's convenient. So, whatever. Yeah, exactly, too. Thoughts on turning off comments when your party is losing? If you're talking about last night when we had to go sub only, the only reason we did it was because MAGA was spamming the chat. In fact, I know a lot of you are new here, but I was hosting debates. I had a lot of MAGA guests up over many months, and the chat was able to remain, pretty respectful most of the time. And we never, ever had to turn off the chat. The only reason we had to turn it on sub only yesterday was literally because it was so much spam we couldn't actually read the chat. Despite asking.
Also, Sorry, I was just going to say, I wrote in the chat, but freedom of speech protects you from the government, not from apps that are privately owned and have their own censorship rules.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just like if you come to my house and you think you're just going to say whatever you want, you're going to find out otherwise really fast. This is Brenna's live, so she gets to say what you can and can't say.
Yeah, the other thing is, I don't actually. What happens when your opposing party's votes are spamming your election? You mean what happens when the opposing party wins the election? I respect the results of the election because I'm not MAGA. Very simple.
And I muted and blocked quite a few Democrats last night as well because they just kept spamming so hard.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. And once you've been asked to stop a few times and you keep on, yeah.
She was trying to ban free speech. Okay, Taylor. Jesus, you really do pull shit out of your asses, don't you? She was trying to ban free speech. Ah, yes, I forgot that part.
You have
I wish I
free
had that kind of
speech.
power.
Go out on the street and say whatever you want
Thank you, Andy.
out in public. You can do that. Go for it.
Where did the 15 million voters go that voted for Biden? I assume they stayed home. What do you mean? It's a right. She said it's not a right but a privilege. I'm not familiar with that quote, but that doesn't sound like someone who's trying to. Oh, wasn't it because she was actually saying like it's not a right, it's a privilege because it's not guaranteed in other countries as a right? That's what she was saying. Isn't that what that's from? That's
Yeah, I
not
believe
someone
that's right.
who's trying to get rid of free speech. Jesus. Wow.
It's sad that these are supposedly American citizens and they don't know the whole how free speech thing works.
Most people don't, but that's, again, a part of the issue. People aren't, I don't think they remember.
That's why
They're
Musk
taught.
bought TikTok and exposed the DOJ paying them to censor the Hunter Biden. What? Oh, you're just
I
trolling.
love that someone thinks that Musk bought TikTok.
They're just trolling. They're just trolling.
Oh, they should troll better.
Musk bought TikTok. Why are they trying to ban it then?
If Musk
did
bought
not
it,
buy TikTok, y'all are
if he
tired.
did or does, they won't have to ban it. It'll do like everything else he buys. It'll go bankrupt.
Sorry, I don't. For some reason, I'm not getting the requests alerts. The whole
Because
thing
he's such a good
I
businessman.
never got your request.
Same thing if Trump buys it. It'll just go bankrupt like everything else Trump has done.
I have a question. What is your biggest concern in like the first month when he is, when when I guess not just him, but everything is red?
It's a good question. I don't know because last time, what was one of the, didn't he, was it in 2017, 2016? No, it would have been 2017. He, like, one of the first things he did was sign the, like, Muslim travel ban.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to sign whatever the hot ticket issue is at the time, whatever hateful hot ticket issue is. So I don't know. What's he been promising this whole time?
I think it might be trans stuff.
Trans stuff? Yeah. Yeah, the Muslim ban he did, like, day one. And by the way, the only reason that got overturned was because it got overturned at the courts. I protested. I had a date that night. I remember this. I had a date that night, and it was, like, really depressing watching him just basically pass this Muslim ban. And which, by the way, you know, A+ people defending Pal. You literally voted in the guy or like sat home in order to help the guy who tried to ban Muslims from entering America as though he's better for Pal. Good job. He like passed the thing and it was like chaos. You know, we were hearing all these horrible stories coming out of like these airports and stuff. You know, of like it's chaos. These people, you know, we don't know. Like obviously Muslim Americans also really worried. It's just like a hateful thing, just straight up just ban fucking Muslims. And I got really depressed that night. And I was meeting up for a date with this guy I was dating, and he just came over and he was like, "Hey, there's a protest at the courthouse. Let's go there." And I was like, all right. I was like upset. I don't know. I just remember so specifically it was like a date, and and I know it's like the Muslim travel ban is not about me being on a date, but that night was like this kind of turning point for me where I was like, I guess this is kind of the choice moving forward, right? Like, do I get to go and like live my life I mean, obviously, yes, like I'm going to live my life as usual, but I'm going to have to start choosing to like set aside like the date plans or like whatever the normalcy thing is to go protest or to go fight in person for someone's rights, to like, you know what I mean? It was like this, I don't know if I'm explaining it very well, but it was just this like very clear moment to me where I was like, oh, this is what this feels like. I have to put important moments in my life on hold to go speak out and show my face on behalf of other people. This is what this is going to look like under this man and these people. And I feel like there's going to be something similar. But day one, he's going to pass something terrible, and yeah, and we're going to show up. We're going to put aside our, day to day, but whatever.
My biggest concern is what he may or may not do to his political opponents. First right out of the box.
Yes.
What chance do you think he's going to make it to the end of his term? Like, because he's old and not healthy.
I think he will make it to the end of his term as long as he does not obstruct what other Republicans are doing. You know what I mean? I think they can, because people have already been like, oh, they're going to basically remove him to basically instate Vance. Like, it's not even about Trump. And I think that as long as he's a useful idiot, they will happily just leave him in place until he starts obstructing something. You know what I mean? Which he does. Sometimes he pisses them off. Sometimes when Fox News pisses him off, all of a sudden he's like against Fox News. Fox News, fucking loves the guy. I think if he starts creating problems for them, sure, but I don't necessarily see that happening immediately. And also, yeah, he might get like an aneurysm or something halfway through, which
I wonder.
Also, he does have access to the best healthcare.
Yeah, that's true.
The best medicine.
I wonder how many of the people that he instates is going to end up in jail this time, because it was how many last time?
Yeah, right. They can impeach him. They're not going to. That's the problem. Congress is now in completely, entirely in Republican hands. They're not going to impeach him.
No, I'd say the chances of that happening are slim to none.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it again, though, that,
palm tree, imprisoning someone, like a criminal prosecution for an actual crime having been committed is one thing. Imprisoning political opponents for being your political opponents is quite different. Trump has committed crimes. He committed crimes. This is very different. Like, but good for you really loving criminals this much. It's so funny. You guys keep worrying about criminals supposedly like coming over the border, and at the same time you elected one. Okay. Party of law and order. He was convicted of 34 fucking felonies, Scarface.
They just want to win. I think that's all they care about. They just want to win.
Any proof? Yeah, it was proven beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law, Ileana. It was proven. I don't need to provide shit. It was proven. He was found guilty. It's done. I mean, it was. The charges were not dropped, guys. You can look this up.
I will say that the Democrats messed up, though. Like
the charges did not get dropped, guys. The charges didn't get dropped. They're still there.
I think they probably will work to undo what they were doing before he gets in office.
Yeah, he's gonna pardon himself on any federal charges. Although were they federal? No, I can't even remember.
Not all of them, no. I
He
don't think the
did.
New
Yeah,
York
correct.
ones
He
were.
did still win, Preston. Good job, buddy. He's still a felon. He's still a felon. I can't wait till you guys get exactly what you voted for. I really can't. I know that that's unkind because I actually just I this whole time I've wanted better for the country, but I can't wait till you guys get what you voted for. I can't wait till you get high fucking tariffs that are gonna increase your costs. I can't wait till I can't say this. Never mind. But I can't wait for you to get what you voted for.
Yeah, but when they do, they'll just say it was Joe Biden's fault. Like they always
Wonder
do. They
if
blame somebody else.
Well, I wonder if at the end of his presidency, if they look around and like at the end of Donald Trump's presidency, they go, "Oh, well that like didn't put more money into my pocket. That didn't like make me better of a businessman." If we just take those two little things, the things that they always say about Donald Trump, that he has so much money and that he's a businessman and he's gotten this far being a businessman, like, okay, I'm interested to see where you are with your finances and your personal businesses in 4 years.
Yeah. I mean, also, it's funny because, like, these people are always like, yes, stick it to the man. Fuck my boss. Da-da-da-da. Corporations. And it's like, okay, you want this country to work. You want to have the exact same relationship with your government that you pay for as the relationship you have with your boss, the corporation you work for. Is that what you want? Like, I'm trying to understand it. Because your boss is literally trying to extract as much as he can out of you with paying you, giving you as little as possible in return. That's how your boss comes out a winner. So to make that your government work that way is kind of nuts. You know what I mean? Like, you really want your government to work, and you want that same relationship with your government. You want them to be extracting as much as they can out of you and giving you as little as possible. Okay.
They must like it. That's what they keep voting for.
Yeah. Clearly.
Someone asked about FAFSA earlier, and I was like doing a little bit of Googling to see if there was anything that I could see about it, but I don't see anything about it. I don't think Trump has said anything about FAFSA. I don't know that Trump would know what FAFSA is. I don't think he ever needed federal student aid to go to college.
No, I'm pretty sure his college was bought and paid for by his rich dad.
Well, FAFSA didn't exist when he was in college, which is hilarious. But also, I don't think that it would have been relevant for any of his children.
No.
Someone said, "Who asked you?" Literally, someone in the chat said it earlier. I'm just looking at questions. I think it's funny that people are like, "Y'all are so mad." Do we sound mad?
I mean, listen, yeah, I'm mad. Well, I'm more disappointed. But it is crazy. But, like, here's the thing. We lost. You guys literally staged a coup last time you guys lost. We lost. We are allowed to be upset. You guys seem so upset for having just won.
Yeah,
that's the weird
thing. They can
thing.
write cope. You can write cope as much as you want in chat if it means that instead I'm not topless with an effigy on my head in the ellipse, wondering why in 2 months I'll be arrested. You know, that's fine.
Yeah. Cope. Yep, that's what we're doing up here. We're coping. We're coping.
Coping would be saying that not all votes had been counted yet. But okay, you have fun.
Which they haven't technically, but we're coping. That's what we're doing up here, coping.
From us. Yeah, let's start that rumor now. Yeah.
Yeah, literally when you guys when you guys lost, all you did was whine about it being rigged. I had people coming in here today whining about 2020 being rigged, to which I said, why didn't we rig it this time round? If we rigged it so well last time, why didn't we rig it this time? True. Like, literally, we control, literally, like, the president is, Biden is blue. Like, you would think it would make it a lot fucking easier to rig it this time. And yet, somehow, we got away with rigging it last time when when Republicans were in charge of like everything. But we couldn't pull it off this time around. Okay. Weren't you guys?
And all the lawsuits were thrown out of court for lack of evidence.
Yeah. Because
It was
y'all got
like-
caught. But it sounds like we didn't, Ray. No one got in trouble for any of it. So it sounds like we got away with it perfectly. It sounds like we made a clean getaway in 2020. So why didn't we just do that again this time?
That's because we're really good at business.
For lack of, I mean, yeah, Jaden, but that's what it means to get away with shit. Just because if we didn't get in, no one got in any legal trouble for any rigging.
That's what I've had Republicans tell me about Trump getting away with not paying taxes. Oh, that's because he's good at business. He got away with it. He's not in trouble.
2020 has been investigated, Scarface. I'm waiting. I love it. But my point is, you're saying, okay, 2020 is going to be investigated. My point is, if we got away with it so easily in 2020, why the fuck didn't we get away with it? Why didn't we do it again this time? We have more power this time. It would have been so much easier this time. If we supposedly stole it in 2020, why the fuck wouldn't we have stolen it again this time? It would have been so much easier.
It was those mailboxes that got blown up. That was like the 15 million votes difference.
Yeah.
Because Biden didn't like Harris, LOL. Okay. That's it? That's your reason? Jesus.
I feel like we should have been able to come up with a better reason than that.
Yeah, because you're saying that somehow he likes Trump better than Kamala, and yet this is also the guy that you accuse of like prosecuting his political enemies, right? You blame Biden for the fact that Trump was prosecuted in a totally separate court, which Biden literally has no jurisdiction over. Just a reminder, just to be clear. You think that Biden was going after his political enemies, treated Trump so poorly, but somehow you think that he chose to either not rig the election at all for Kamala Harris in order to help Trump? That's what you're saying? Okay. Hell yeah, Jaden. Yeah, we do. Baby killer.
Yeah, I've read one of the comments down there. I'm not leaving out of here to go check DMs or nothing. So if it's that important to you,
Thank you.
say
If
it
you want to say
down
something,
there.
you can type it in the chat. I don't accept DMs from
Yeah.
random strangers. That's weird. For me personally.
I'm going to turn that off because it gets ridiculous.
Yeah, 2 came through last night. They were actually quite funny. 1 claimed facts that were really easily to Google and not true. I mean, like one of them was like illegal immigrants are bad to have in the country because they can't be like tried for any crimes they commit while in the country. And I was like, that's not how that works.
Right.
Like
Oh,
that's
screen-
very Googleable. You can go to another country and be there illegally and still commit a crime and be tried. Like that's not how that works. But nice try.
Let's go. What's up?
What's up?
Hello.
No, I've been wanting to share this one thought since last night. I don't know where I heard it or like where I came up with the thought, but like the Civil War, one of the main like points contesting between the two is states' rights. They wanted to like have states' rights so they could like keep on allowing slavery while the federal government didn't want it. And it's just so funny to me that they're like stripping away rights in that like instance. And then nowadays they're like trying to strip away rights the same exact way. And it's like history's probably going to look at both of them the same. I mean, maybe not the same exact way, but in a very similar light. And it's, I don't know.
Yeah,
Just amazes me.
I've been bringing that up, and they always just say, "Oh, that's different," but they can't say how it's different. It's
Yeah,
exactly the same.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They say,
No, and then
that's
I'm
not
also
the
just
same."
so tired with this election. I feel like I haven't even talked to a single Republican and tried to convince them that like they're wrong about anything because I've just been trying to convince Democrats to vote and leftists to vote. You know, it's
Yeah. I
so
will say, I
frustrating.
was like hoping for some, part of me on some, and this is going to sound awful, but like, today after the loss, at least part of me was like, okay, some sort of relief, right? Like it's fucking over, at least. Not, please don't, take this out of context. Relief in that it's been an exhausting last few months. Finally, kind of over. Whatever. But here we are, and MAGA for some reason is like so pressed. They're still in here trying to like, I don't fucking know. It's like, you guys won. Just leave us alone. Just leave us alone. So leave, Jaden. Jaden, I'm exhausted listening to you. Okay, Jaden, let me fix that for you. Bye.
It's kind of funny as I follow Alan Lichtman. So I was just like, oh yeah, she's going to win this whole time. And I wasn't worried about it. So I didn't get worried until like she actually lost.
Wait, sorry. Say that again?
Alan Lichtman, the historian with like the 13 key points who, until last night, predicted 9 out of the 10 elections correctly.
Yes.
So I decided, just because I didn't feel like worrying, I was just going to go with his prediction, which was Kamala.
Really?
And so I wasn't worried about it until like she actually lost, but I totally didn't sweat it the whole time. So I saved myself a lot of like torture.
That's good. Yeah, I feel like that's kind of also when people that's why I was like, I'm not predicting. I'm just not predicting, because like, yeah, I was like, I'm just gonna let it happen. I'll do what I can. I'm gonna do what I can. But then once at a certain point, you gotta like mentally, if you let yourself at one point like hope, it makes it so much more painful.
Yeah. And yeah,
no one in here predicted 340 electoral votes for Harris. No one predicted that, guys.
I wasn't going to be happy no matter what. Honestly,
Hey, guess what?
So
Sorry, yeah. Yokai, you're saying just leave us alone. Remember that next time I'm shoving my views down your throats. I'm not shoving. You are here choosing to watch me right now and listening. I'm going to tell you, abortion is a human fucking right. Trump is a criminal. Republicans don't give a fuck about you. You don't have to sit here and listen to that. That's the amazing thing about this app you're on. You can swipe right away. Like, you don't have to be in here. We're just talking. We're having a conversation. It's like, come on. Sorry, keep going, Cottage.
No, he finally, so by the way, if you're a person in here who wants to get us to talk about an article or something, rather than DMing us, you can always just put the author and the date of the article. It's very easy to Google that way. Although I will say, if you can, also try to remember to use the year. It didn't matter for this. The article was from yesterday, but I don't understand why he wanted us to. It's literally just a list of facts. It's maybe like a 300-word article.
Mm.
It's nothing new. It says that now that Donald Trump is the president-elect, there is a likelihood that he'll be moving forward with the special counsel's office to engage in potentially looking to push down the federal prosecutions that are against him from Jack Smith's office, which we already knew. So, yeah. But I don't understand. It's like there's no opinion in this piece. It's literally just like 12 paragraphs of 2 sentences of statements of fact. So,
yeah.
I'm wondering why you wanted me to look at this article.
And probably most of the stuff we've already thought about and talked about before.
Well, I mean, it's not even the thought about talked about before. The only 2 new sentences are the Justice Department and Special Counsel Jack Smith's office are engaged in active discussions about how to wind down the ongoing federal prosecutions against President-elect Donald Trump, according to 2 people familiar with talks. So I guess if you wanted me to talk about this, all I can tell you is that the important part of the sentence here is according to 2 people familiar with the talks. And I'm not saying that to discount the article. I'm telling you that that's why this article is written this way. You'll see lots of articles if you're like new to looking at these things that will be a large statement of facts of things that have already occurred and been reported on the news. The only new thing about this is that President-elect Donald Trump is likely reaching out to the office, and we know that because of 2 aides that have spoken to reporters anonymously. That's what that part of this sentence normally means, is 2 people associated with the group have given us this knowledge anonymously, and that's why they're not being stated that way. That's how news works, regardless of how you're politically affiliated.
Yep.
No, you didn't mean to. You didn't bother me. I wasn't sure what you wanted me to bring up about it because it was mostly a statement of facts. Basically, if you're interested, as president-elect, he's able to dismiss special counsel. But I'm not entirely. This is not an area of my expertise. I don't know what this means in terms of all of the charges.
I think I talked about it a little bit, or brought it up a little bit earlier. Somebody did, and I was like, they're going to have to try to stop doing what they've already had going on some way or another. Just because you would have to. He is going to be the next president.
I'm more interested in the sentencing that was supposed to be later this month.
Yeah, the sentencing should have happened a couple months ago when it was originally scheduled.
I think it was postponed until after.
Yeah, it was postponed.
The election,
it was supposed to happen a couple months ago. They postponed it till after the election. He got so much special fucking treatment. The guy, if he were a normal fucking citizen, the guy would have been in prison right now. You guys literally, like, it's nuts. It's nuts.
I think I looked at how it was filed and the legal reasoning at the time. If I'm honest, like it checked out, like the legal filing for why they were approved for the extension into the sentencing, like that. I was saying earlier, I think it was a time when you were not here, Brenna, but I was saying like it's, like legal systems are just a bunch of rules that different people play and use in different ways. But I am interested to see what happens next with this particular case of the 34 felony counts.
Yeah.
Oh, user, you can be mad, but we don't use slurs here.
Yeah. Please report user for the slur, the hate speech, guys.
I got you.
It's best if multiple people do it too. So chat, please feel free to report the hate speech. Thank you.
Are you 45 or 20? I'm 83, obviously.
Good Lord.
Scary Berry doesn't know how to spell scary.
Scary.
That's funny. Well, there's 2 R's, so that makes it scary.
Scary.
Stop reaching. It was 2 extra R's. Why are you skipping? I haven't seen any other actual questions. Sorry, Jack. You can try asking your question again.
By the way, guys, TikTok auto filters a lot of stuff. So sometimes whatever hateful shit you're saying doesn't come through. And sometimes it filters weird stuff too.
Yeah, they did just ask me to look at an article, so that's maybe why my eyeballs were not on the screen.
Can you please stop spamming? We've said this before. The important thing that we wanted was for Congress to stay blue. And it's mostly like, like Trump is going to be harmful, and wanting to reduce the harm is reason enough to want to defeat someone who's running for office. I don't know why it's so hard for you guys to understand that. What do we use to get info? I mean, a lot of sources, Bobby. You got to really, every source, you got to also like, it depends. If it's like journalism, you got to look up their biases. Primary sources, you got to like understand what the goal is. Not every primary source is going to be, necessarily factual or unbiased, but you got to get information from a lot of places. Trusted sources usually, ideally, but don't use Fox News. They literally have gotten in legal trouble for lying. And they have argued in court that they are not actually news, that they're just entertainment. They use the name like falsely. So
you beat me to it.
Thank you. Sorry. Every other media leans left. That's not true, Charlie. The fact that you think media that like most of which like even stuff with a like, you know, right-wing slant, it's not like setting aside Fox News. If you think facts have a left-wing slant, you are literally admitting that right-wing is just lies. Fact. Like the fact that you guys think that research, science, educational institutions like universities that conduct and have a bunch of fucking research done, that media, like news media, journalism, all has a left-wing bias, you're telling on yourselves. You're revealing that, oh, facts have left-wing bias because we as right-wingers, we lie. That's what you're saying. Very silly. BBC is quite conservative. CNN is also pretty conservative nowadays, too.
Somebody was like, "You're biased." And I'm like, there's literally a sign in the background. Thank you for telling us
Yeah, I
what
put
you
this
can
sign
literally
up.
see.
I have bias. Yeah, I absolutely have bias. But also, even having bias doesn't mean you're incapable of looking up facts and understanding facts. My bias is going to lead me to draw certain conclusions about facts, but facts will be facts. It's very simple. Fox News has literally been found to be like criminally fucking lying about things, which as a news source is concerning. That's concerning. Bias is very different from coming out here and lying to people. Very fucking different.
If you're confused and you want to look to figure out where to find news and you don't trust Brenna or me or anybody else on this panel, I highly recommend you Google All Sides Media Bias Chart.
Yeah, thank you.
That'll tell you.
Do you believe voters weren't counted? I have been, listen, I'm not trying to like fuel conspiracy theories or anything. I have been seeing a lot of people like saying on threads and stuff that they checked their vote tracking, their like mail-in vote stuff, and it was never received. Also, some people are saying that they were sent like mail-in vote, like an absentee ballot, but when they opened the envelope, there was no ballot. People are reporting their own personal experiences online. Now, is that representative of large-scale anything? No. Hopefully, they're reporting it to the actual authorities that are in charge of like monitoring issues like this, which I don't even fucking know what it is. But like, you know, hopefully if there were people who had issues are reporting those issues. If there is wide scale issues reported, hopefully we'll, know. I don't know if that's true. I'm sure in every election, some ballots are going to go missing and stuff, which is not okay. But in every election, it will happen. I'm not trying to like assume that like 10 different X threads, tweets, basically, somehow points to large scale anything. That's not true, but.
Wait, I thought we were going to stress that it was stolen and just go with that narrative for the next.
I'm just going to say that we have safeties in place, and I trust the system will do its job and work correctly.
Fine,
Exactly.
we feel about it.
Yeah. Exactly.
I think it's so funny that so many people are calling me are just assuming where we are on the political spectrum. I'm so like liberal. I'm more like, yeah, sure, socialist libertarian.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know how they would assume what my political preference would be. It's like it's not in my name or anything.
Wait till they find out I'm on
recommend it,
socialized healthcare.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, probably
Being
closer to
serious?
communist than anything.
I'm so sorry. I just read, will the left stopped being a Satanist? I'm sorry.
Nope. We made a pledge, man. Unfortunately, we made a lifetime pledge. We can't even stop worshiping Satan, even if we tried. Arrgh.
What's the statistic about like how many people Satan killed in the Bible versus God?
Right, and who told the truth more often? Who told the most lies in the Bible?
Donald Trump.
Yeah, Donald Trump.
Biggie Smalls, you're not making me mad. You just type really big rar. Like you dinosaur.
Wow.
I needed a laugh. Thanks.
It's so good.
Stop spamming. Guys, if you're going to copy paste the same thing a gazillion times, we will just block you. It's like a waste of our fucking thing. Yeah, I agree cosmically. My goal is to just figure out how I can help people. Oh, I don't want to think about that, Blake. Please block you. Okay. Your wish is my command. 2 followers. Yikes. Liberal tears. Okay. I don't know, Pedro. Of course, SLG. Happily.
I'm kind of looking forward to the protests. I enjoy going to protests, and I feel like there's going to be some good ones coming up.
Yeah. There's going to be some good ones coming up.
Do you remember the Black Lives one during his last? I feel like we're going to get that level, at least.
I will say, I've like nailed my protest filming like setup.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, I'm looking forward to filming some non-violent disobedience.
Oh, yeah, next time you do a protest on the West Coast, maybe I'll see you in person.
Yeah. How the fuck do you like protesting? I mean, it's kind of
It feels
fun,
so
right?
good to scream at the top of your lungs with a bunch of strangers. I don't know, it's just like you don't get to yell that often in real life. At least I don't.
And some of them are pretty fun. Like I spent all summer filming these like protests for like environmental protests and stuff where like over 500 arrests and shit. And they were really fun actually because they were just being silly with it. You know, like it depends. You know, it depends on the type of protest. Not every protest is silly, but they really leaned into the silliness and just to fuck with people. So like it started with like rocking chairs blockading Citibank, and then one day it was they dressed as orcas. As orcas blocking Citibank. Then it was Costco hot dogs that they dressed up. Then they did a Chapel Roan one, a hot to go themed one where a bunch of them dressed up as like in like Chapel Roan themed stuff, and they just performed like HOTTOGO, like they had it on loop and they just did the dance like over and over again, and their signs were like it's too hot to go outside, and like it's fun. And then of course they got arrested, and as they were getting arrested, you know, they kept dancing and stuff while they were getting arrested. It can be fun. It can be fun.
It's like church.
It's like church. Cops. Yeah. It's funny. I was once arrested, and my cellmate was a pastor. I think she was a pastor. I think she was like a Unitarian church pastor. She was actually quite famous. She's in the news. Now she's like based in New Jersey, but she was a very famous, like, I think lesbian pastor. I want to say it's pastor. Lesbian pastor in like North or South Carolina. She was in the news and everything. It was a whole thing. But yeah, it is like church. We sat and we talked all about things.
It just feels so good to be around with a bunch of people yelling and know that like you have similar views, and
yeah,
it's a good time. You guys should go to protests more.
Yeah.
All these people are telling us that we need to go get jobs and whatnot is reminding me that it is getting kind of late and I do work in the morning.
Okay.
Well, I hope you have fun at work in the morning. Yeah. It is morning for me, and my job is studying some of this. So welcome to work.
Nice.
Not really, actually. Great. I technically can't study this as a part of my degree because it's overseas, back where I
Oh.
came from.
Damn.
But it matters to me in my autoethnography stuff. Jack, you went from like really wanting to ask a question to just typing random things.
Cap.
I'm definitely employed, but thank you for thinking otherwise. That's nice.
Thank you.
I don't want to work. I enjoy being a trophy husband.
He thinks I'm
please
soft
find
enough
me
that I don't work.
on these two cosmically. Guys, please find
That
me
always gets 'em riled
elsewhere on these things too, please. TikTok is on the chopping block. We love it, but
Which with a T.
But yeah,
And
this is
good
where
night,
you
y'all.
can find me.
Have a good night.
Do you want to
Good
drop me or do you want me
night.
to drop myself?
Good
Whatever
night.
you want. Hi, Mikey.
Jack's just writing question marks now. I also like question marks. This is my favorite. If we're doing favorite, like characters,
Thank
that
you,
one's
Key.
mine.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, you know what I got last night as my like one comfort food? I didn't eat it. I got the ingredients to make a root beer float. Should I? Let's go do that.
Gosh.
Yeah. I learned how to make root beer. I had my first ever root beer float on here on live, and God walked me through it. God walked me through it.
Yeah, people
The
do
Lord
those
walked
different
me
ways.
through it. So
They
yeah, let's make
do.
one. I'm gonna make one. I can't, unfortunately, because I'm not on my phone tonight. I can't bring you guys with me. So
That's
you guys,
okay.
please. I'll be right back. I'll bring the. I'm just gonna dish out the ice
I'll
cream.
be here.
And then we can do the thing.
I think because we started laughing, like 150 MAGA left.
Yeah.
So
It is fun. It is interesting to watch how earlier on in the stream when it was like just me and they were doing the same thing as like last night,
yeah,
and
it
I
was
was just like,
400 of them
Okay.
when I popped in.
yeah. And what they got really upset when I was like, yeah, you won. Congratulations. I was like, I was literally just saying like, you guys won the election. Congratulations. Good job. Like over and over. That's all I was saying. And they just got so mad. It was all just like, cope harder. And I was like, I'm just saying you won. Congratulations. Good job. You know, a good game, guys.
Good game. Good game. But it's just like what you were saying last night. They really did want to see somebody in some sort of misery or something.
Yeah.
They crave it. They need it.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
honestly,
yeah.
I think it's like kind of like that whole projecting thing. Like they saw how they were in 2020, like almost like forming a whole insurrection and stuff like that. And they're like, man, like if they don't react the same way we did or worse, like then like that kind of shines a bad light on us. And nobody wants to
I
like
don't think they're capable
actually
of
say that
much
part out loud.
self-reflection.
But
I think it's
yeah.
more simple. I think it's more simple in that I think it's less that the MAGA begets the rage and more just that the rage begets the MAGA, in that these are just people who like want to hate on things. They get it's dopamine, right? Like we've established this. You get surges of dopamine from arguing with people. And similarly, my theory, I'm pretty sure it's been established, it's similarly like just being like going out here and saying like hate speech and like saying horrible things like that, unfortunately can give you these little surges of dopamine in the brain. And these are just like emotionally unregulated people who are desperate for fucking dopamine. And they unfortunately like getting the satisfaction of winning an election. It's just like all it gives them is like a small surge of dopamine and then it's done. And so they got to go out and they got to keep finding places to put all that rage and to get those little spurts of dopamine. And so they're just like, unfortunately, like I think that need, you know, figuring out that being angry and shitty to people like felt good for them. I think that is what led a lot of them to MAGA. But when MAGA itself, when the like rewards aren't giving them the return anymore, because like they're just gonna keep. And by the rewards, sorry, I'm like trying to say this very quickly while I'm going, and so I'm like, you know, trying to condense it. Half the time, the reward of being MAGA is getting to complain about all these things, right? Say horrible things, blame everyone, be shitty, right? Be out here screaming and yelling and acting like a victim. You get dopamine from that shit. And so that's what half the reward is of being MAGA. When they win an election, unfortunately, that's going to reward them about as much. Maybe it'll have a slightly longer, the dopamine will last a little bit longer. It might be like a slightly bigger surge of dopamine. But after that, like, that's not going to suddenly make them stop. That's not suddenly going to regulate their dopamine and make it so that they don't need to go out and be terrible. You know what I mean? So they're just going to keep doing it, even though they have like nothing to be mad about today. So they can't self-victimize, and just expect more of this shit. It's not going to stop. It's fine. They won't realize the damage they've done, I don't think. I'm projecting right now. Well, yeah, actually, yeah, no, I have ADHD. I'm neurodivergent, which is part of why I also studied psychology in part, I understand how dopamine works in the brain because it's a big part of my life, and understanding how dopamine works is, absolutely a big part of my life. I'm not embarrassed. I speak about dopamine regulation constantly on here. If you think it's a gotcha to be like you're describing yourself, yeah, I understand. I know what I do to regulate my dopamine, which is why I can recognize it in MAGA. We do it different ways. We search out, our dopamine. We get our dopamine fixes in different ways. But I joke on here all the time that, yeah, I come up here to debate MAGA because it's where I get my dopamine. I joke about that constantly. But you really think that that's true for me, but not true for MAGA, who are out here saying horrible things about people constantly? It's true for me because it's also true for MAGA. It's quite simple. It's just brain chemistry. Yeah.
You don't study from the DSM-5. People diagnose according to the DSM-5 as a part of one of many diagnosable medical materials. You don't study it.
Exactly. I owned a copy of the DSM-5. I don't know if I still own a copy, but I don't think so. I had it. Yeah, you don't study the DSM-5. It's basically like it's kind of like the dictionary. You don't study the dictionary.
It's one of many potential mental health dictionaries. It's just very global north, Western oriented.
I am gonna go get that root beer float. The root beer float is
go
great.
get
That's
it.
another fix of dopamine, right? Yeah.
You got it.
I wanted to say,
That's
I don't know
true,
who it
Irving.
was. I don't know who it was yesterday saying that it was almost like a sports game, just like people rooting for their sides and stuff like that. And I mean, I see it on both sides. I would say it's definitely worse on the MAGA side. But no, I think that like it was like all about like a dopamine hit and stuff like that. And I think like a lot of it is like, I feel like for us and like Brenna and people that really do the research and like look into like what their candidates are doing, the policies and stuff like that. I mean, like if our candidate ends up supporting Israel, we're going to be disappointed in our candidate. But when it comes to
You can't say the name of those we say is and pal. Otherwise,
okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I do not go on lives very often. I'll make sure to do that. Is and pal, was it?
Yeah.
yeah, is and pal.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you.
No, but I feel like in the same situation, if like we have the current president-elect going and supporting then all of MAGA is going to go and support them, and like completely change their stance if they don't support it. I mean, like, because they don't care. They just want to get that dopamine hit of, we have the perfect candidate. He's going to fix the country, And that's the difference of it. We're going to get that dopamine hit from winning the election, but then we're going to go right back to criticizing our candidate because they're not practically an idol to us, God, I want to say, but I don't know.
I think what you bring up is interesting in a way because there is always like the effect of 20 years ago we called it like people blame the presidency, not the office, right? So it's very easy to. Brenna was even saying this during her debates in the last like few weeks, and other people were as well. It's easy when you ask a question, any presidential election, any question, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago, 8 years ago, whatever it happens to be that's relevant for the current conversation. There is like the backlash. That president acts as a figurehead for the entire nation, for all 330 plus million people. but then they also act as a figurehead of every single thing that they would have done wrong. It's a two-faced, literally, coin.
Yeah, 100%.
I think as well, like people vote, and from hearing all these debates and things, I'm sure like all of you guys too, people believe the things that they're told. Some people are being told those things from news articles. Some people are being told those things from news media. Some people are being told those things because they hear them from a candidate's mouth unchecked, and then they just believe them at their face value. And that is important data-wise.
Yeah.
And scary, because that means that not just Trump, any political opponent from now until forever, because now this is our new precedent, could just say whatever and people will just believe it. That's why people look at Trump and get afraid. Nobody in here is actually like caring anymore. I'm sure all of the MAGA people have left for the most part. But that's why people are afraid. It's Donald Trump, but it's not just Donald Trump. That's the whole thing.
Exactly, yeah.
It's a brand new precedent.
I wanted to talk about what this like Grand Duke guy was talking about too, because that's what he was the one that made me want to talk about that, because it's like, yeah, like, I mean, like both sides are treating that's like a dopamine hit. They want their candidate to win no matter what. Like, I mean, like I remember back when Kamala first stepped up and it was like, oh yeah, let's make all these videos and edit sounds, and she's like the perfect candidate and she's younger, we love her. Like, I mean, like people kind of overhyped her at first. I mean, like I hate to say it, but like it definitely was feeling like it was going to be a landslide based off of like my TikTok feed and like all that kind of stuff. I know I live in like a bubble, but like obviously it was a little bit overdone, I guess. But like the whole thing is like I started out, I was a Republican for a long time. I was raised Catholic. I'm 21 now, and I mean like I probably changed over maybe like 15, 16. So I've been a Democrat leftist for 5-6 years. And I mean, like, I've been on both sides. I mean, like, I was such a Catholic that I wanted to be a priest. I mean, like, I was very, very into the religion, like, I thought abortion was, like, the worst thing on the face of the world. And I mean, like, I really know what it takes to bridge that gap. And, like, I mean, like, I had talks with, like, I have cousins that are, I mean, I am a very white person, but I have cousins that my aunt married a Black man, and now I have cousins that are very close to my age, very close to me, that are half African American, half white. And I mean, like talking to them and stuff like that, I mean, I just slowly started to like actually research stuff, you know? Like, I mean, like, I hate to say it, I don't want to say like all MAGA like don't research anything, like they don't know anything. I mean, like, that's not true. I definitely knew like some stuff and could argue a side to an extent. But like when it came down to it, when I actually started like looking deeper into things, making sure my sources were valid, stuff like that, like that's when I actually like 100% flipped. It wasn't like, oh man, like I'm starting to get to independent, I'm starting to go Democrat. Like, no, it was like very, very quick, very sudden. Like I realized a lot of the things I believed were wrong, and those things made me believe more things were wrong. It just kind of unraveled. So I understand that like both sides are treating it the same and trying to get like a sports game win and stuff like that. But I really do think the leftists and Democrats like hold their candidates to a higher standard and stuff like that. Like MAGA's never going to criticize their candidate because they made them win. You know, they take the responsibility for that kind of like we take the responsibility for that in a different way, if that makes sense. Sorry, I'm rambling, but
no, take responsibility for that in a different way. What do you mean by that?
I mean that I feel like when the Republicans try and take responsibility for it, they kind of like almost shrug that responsibility off, and like they want to act like they elected the perfect candidate and they couldn't make a mistake. So like since they have all that responsibility, they feel like they have to justify anything their candidate does. I mean, I've never seen a Democrat holding Joe Biden being a perfect candidate. You know, like a lot of us hated him, to be downright truthful. I mean, like we liked him more than Trump, but like he was one of the very worst candidates we could have had leading our party out of anybody. So like, I mean, like, and nobody would have ever said that about Trump. I never heard anything like that. Like, this is the worst candidate we could have for the Republican Party. Maybe a once in the blue moon Republican type of person, you know?
Yeah. Hijab says you be better an apology. Lol. Actually, I don't. If you go watch my video, nothing I said was wrong. Kamala losing the election doesn't mean that anything he said was correct. He said factually incorrect things. Also, my posts were actually about where his family got their money, so which still stands, even if Kamala lost. But I'm sorry that you don't understand that. My float is great. Thank you. Also, Damon, thank you for sharing. That is cool. I do love to hear the stories of like how people, because changing your mind is a difficult thing, right? And like, granted, I was raised by, well, a self-described liberal. Now she's kind of gone off the deep end a little bit, if I do say so myself, politically. But on some weird stuff, I will say. But she's more like centrist liberal in a lot of ways. And I remember, I mean, I was very into politics kind of growing up, and then I went to college. I decided to sort of like stop really paying close attention to politics. I think because, you know, my mother was like a little bit too into them, and I was just like, okay, whatever. I don't want to be like that crazy about politics and blah, blah, blah. And I went to college, and I was just, you know, whatever. It seemed, I didn't really pay that close attention because it seemed like it wasn't that big of a deal. I was like, everything's kind of solved at this point, right? Like, yeah, I'll always vote blue if I vote, which I didn't for the first couple of elections that I could, you know, which were basically Obama. Actually, technically, I couldn't vote in the first one. So the first election I could vote in was 2012, or presidential election I could vote in was 2012, Obama. And I didn't. And then, you know, 2015, Occupy Wall Street had just kind of occurred. And, you know, a couple years earlier, my friends were more political and more involved in that. And I was like surrounded by, like, I was still not like super into all that much. I was paying somewhat close attention, but not really. And my friend asked me, hey, so who you know, during the primaries, like, who are you thinking of voting for? And I was like, I don't know, like, probably Hillary Clinton, you know, like the first name. When I was 2 years old, I recognized two people by name on TV. Michelle from Full House and President Clinton. We were a Clinton household. So I was like, Hillary Clinton, right? And he was like, okay, like, why? And I was like, well, you know, I'm Democrat. I guess I always have been, you know, and I guess it'd be cool to have, I'm a Clinton girl. I was raised on Clinton, whatever. And we just it was like this first conversation where he was like, well, can I encourage you to like look to consider Bernie Sanders? And I was like, okay, why? And we had, this was like the first conversation that like brought me into politics. And the reason it brought me in was specifically because it was like inviting me to change my opinion, not in like an extreme. It was just, it's like because it was more involved. I don't know what I'm trying to like really put into words, but the reason it actually got me, that drew me into politics in a way that I have like, it has only become more and more involved, right? Like I have not missed an election ever. I started engaging and I voted in that primary, and I didn't miss a single election, primary or otherwise, until the general Eric Adams general election. I sat that one out because I just couldn't be fucked. And the reason, though, is because I was coming at it with this idea of like, oh, okay, this is my beliefs. This is what I was raised on. This is the person that is recognizable to me, very familiar to me, all this stuff. She's like, it'd be great to be part of this like historic moment of the first female president, blah, blah, blah. And yet, the way my friend went about it was it was just great. It was perfect. And realizing that I could change my mind by receiving new information about someone and changing my mind about something I was raised on ultimately was like, I know it's not groundbreaking, but it's so rare. Now I understand how rare that is, that I like hold on to that of like, that was important. That's an important moment to remember. And I always need to be prepared to change my mind, even if something is like a reality or a belief I was raised on. I need to be prepared to just completely do away with that and just like approach it with like fresh eyes and like actually look at the facts, and whatever. This is a boring story. It's not really a story, but I think it's always interesting to find out when people change their minds about something big like that, because it's not only about what it was that convinced them, but it's about the person learning how to do that for themselves, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm just rambling, but
No, I 100% get that. I don't want to get on another rambling spree here, but
no,
I
go
was
for
thinking
it.
of a good story
We ramble
while you
here.
were
This is
talking
what we
about
do
that.
here.
No, so right around, I was talking about like how I switched to Democrat, leftist, that side of politics around like 15, 16 years old. That's right around when I moved to Pennsylvania too. I was living with my aunt at that time. And I mean, like living in Pennsylvania, I mean, like we all saw it in this election and the last election. And I mean, like it's just always been a pretty important battleground state. It's at least as long as I've been following elections, I'm 21. So I felt like there you could make like a really large difference. And I mean, like, I kind of took that for granted almost. I mean, like, yes, I was doing what I could. I was not able to vote. So, I mean, like, I'm talking to high schoolers, trying to get them to change their opinions. I mean, like, maybe it'll make a difference in a few years when they're voting now that I'm living in Nebraska, which was what I was going to touch on, is that like now I'm in Nebraska and I have no clue what to do. I'm surrounded in like a sea of red type of thing. And it's like, I mean, like, I really, really do appreciate like being able to like change opinions. I think like people have kind of given up on like changing people's opinions nowadays. It's like, oh, a Trumper is always going to be a Trumper. But like, no, if you change their opinion on just immigration, let's say, then they start to realize, oh, yeah, there's a little crack in my ideology. Let me look deeper into it. And like I was saying, it kind of unravels like that. So like I really do appreciate like being able to win like the small little victories, So like I'm out here and I mean, like it took me a while, but I kind of found a way to like, without being like, oh yeah, I'm a leftist, I believe abortion should be a right, this should be a right, blah, 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 blah. Like vote for Kamala, because obviously like if I say that, everybody's going to be like, oh man, you're stupid. Like get out of my state, like get out of my country. Like, like instantly going to hate me. I instead just insert like small little facts into it. Like, oh yeah, like I almost pretend to be a Republican. I'd be like, sorry, I'd be like, I will be talking to them like, oh yeah, I found out that like 70% of people support abortion or something like that. I mean, like, I'm just thinking of a random fact, but like, usually it's a little bit more like sly into a conversation when we're already talking about politics, especially during this election season. And I mean, like, it really does make people question for a second. Like, they're like, oh yeah, this guy didn't even mean to mention that, like, oh yeah, my guy could be wrong. But like, yeah, I should think about that. Like, is his fact right? Should I look into that? And I mean, like, even that, like, hearing that from, like, somebody that you think is, like, a fellow Republican Trumpy, like, that kind of thing is, like, almost as valuable. And I mean, like, any way you can change minds, thinking outside the box, I mean, like, it really sucks because, 4 years until the next election, we're not going to get Trump out of office anytime soon. I was just talking about impeachment on your last live, like, oh, cheers to another impeachment. And you said, like, oh, yeah, well, he won the Senate. We're kind of screwed on that, too. There ain't no way. And I mean, like, yeah, it really does suck for the next 4 years. And I mean, like, I see people talking about the 4B
2
movement.
at least.
Yeah, I see people talking about the 4B movement. I see people talking about like all these things that we can do right now. And I mean, like, I love it. I love it to death. Like, we need to be moving for these next 4 years and getting this dude. I mean, I'm scared this dude's going to run for a third term. I'm scared he's going to make it so there aren't even terms, you know? Like, I am genuinely scared for the future of this country. So we do need to be moving, but like, I'm scared we're starting out right now because we're all very, very hurt. And like, we're feeling like we need to politically move, is that like we're going to start out really strong, and then 4 years from now it's going to be not related at all to like our campaign, you know?
Yeah.
So I think like if we can keep this energy moving, then like I love it, but like we do need to like actually make a plan. I feel like Republicans have been making a plan for generations. Like, this is their golden age. Trump is like their like chosen candidate, their messiah type of thing, you know? Like they really like almost worship Trump, and they've been like planning for this for so long. And I feel like the Democrats just are not very well prepared. It sucks to be so disappointed in my party, but like we need to do what we can do.
Yeah.
And that's planning, not just going out and rioting right now and doing this and that, because like obviously in 4 years we're all going to forget that. We know how the media is, you know?
Well, I think also, I mean, I just want to like what you said earlier about like your approach to things. It's fun. I mean, we've talked about this on here before. It's very similar for me. It's interesting that you say like, oh, you don't believe in people saying like, oh, you can't change someone's mind, da, 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 which it's funny because I don't say that. I say I'm never going to change someone's mind, right? Like, me sitting here telling you something, it is very rare that someone who is sitting in front of me who disagrees with me is going to be like, you know what, you're right, especially about something big. However, I do think very similar to how you described it. I think you can, if you talk to someone who is receptive enough and you have a conversation with them and you just ask them the right questions or provide them the right information, like the facts. Because I think most of us like will agree on most things. You know, I don't believe abortion is murder, muck duck. But someone does. And I don't really believe I'm ever going to convince anyone who believes that otherwise. That is more of like a religious belief, right? But there's certain morals, certain things that we all kind of agree on of like, you know what, like we should basically be out here trying to reduce harm to people, right? Citizens in our country having good lives is a good thing, right? All of us being able to afford groceries, positive. Basic things, you know, most people, we agree on them. Where the disagreement occurs is usually having access to different information. So one of us either doesn't have all the facts or has incorrect information, or we have like a foundational disagreement about something. And I think talking to people, especially to MAGA, if they're willing to listen, which lately over the last like month and a half, they just like really kind of stopped engaging in any sort of real conversation I saw. But like, if you just talk to them long enough, give them the information they have that is perhaps incorrect, or get the information yourself. What information do they have that you don't have? Is it factual? What information are they basing their conclusion, is leading them to draw their conclusion that is so different from yours? What is that information? Is that accurate? Do we maybe need to update our information? Or do they need to update theirs? And asking them questions that when they're sitting in front of me, they're not going to be like, you know what, you're right, I'm going to change my mind about this entirely. What they're going to do, hopefully, is go home, and one day, when they're just doing the thing, when they're just thinking whatever, usually for me, it's usually when I'm doing my dishes, my mind starts to wander and I start to think about things. I want them to ask themselves the questions I asked them, or maybe one of them, right? If you ask them the right questions, you are arming them with the questions that they can then ask themselves. Like, do you really care about this, or is it actually about that? Or if you say that your priority is this, and I have shown you, I can show you the data says that this is better for blah, blah, blah. Do you think that maybe you would change, like, okay, if that's really what you want, then wouldn't it be logical to actually, start pushing for this? You know what I mean? Like, if this is a better solution for it, then why not push for that if that's actually what you want? And I think the only person who can change someone's mind is themselves, personally, for the most part. Very few people can actually get their mind changed by someone else. They have to sit there. They have to be open to changing their mind. They have to ask themselves the questions. And maybe, sure, it's in a conversation where someone is providing the questions to them, providing the information, but they have to make that choice. Am I open to changing my mind? Yes. And again, and also, sorry, I know I'm rambling again, but again, speaking to like earlier, I think it's always so fascinating to hear from people. What was it that like really started your shift in thinking? Because I think it's not just about like what piece of evidence was it, but also how did you learn how to do that? Like what was the experience that then taught you how, I think then taught you how to view this? Similarly, like you took from your experience of your mind being changed with like these little bits, that has like entirely shaped your way of speaking to people about this and thinking about how to approach changing minds. Similarly, again, for me, my entire understanding is based on this idea that my friend was pitching Bernie to me. And in that situation, I did not change my mind in that conversation. I did not. Was like, well, I'm like Hillary because but this or but that. And he was like, oh, okay, but but Bernie actually believes this. Like, oh, but he's like, oh, okay, so that's what you care about. Well, Bernie actually so and so. Like Bernie's actually pushing for whatever. And I ended it like I felt that resistance that you do when you're holding on to something, an opinion that is part of your identity, that like stress, that like crunching feeling. And it was so low stakes. And, I was able to be hyper aware of it, where I ended that conversation, being like, oh, but first female president though. And he was just like, yeah. And in that moment, I like had to choose. Like I just remember this feeling of like after the fact thinking about that, and I was like, like that is not enough, right? Like I was like, that was a weird thing. That's what I'm holding on to. And that feeling of like holding on to this thing, that's the most I could kind of end with that. And he asked me good questions about and started asking myself after that. Like I had to be alone and ask myself the very same questions he asked me. And I had to go then look up the information he had verified for me. And I had to start that. And because in that moment, in that room, when I was with someone who is probably, I trust completely. And I would absolutely happily, like, if he tells me something, I'm going to believe him, whatever. He wasn't even going to be able to change my mind. That was entirely a response, like a defense mechanism. He's not going to be able to do that. I have to take what he has handed me and spend some time with it on my own. And that is completely defined how I understand changing people's minds, whatever. I'm rambling. It's boring. But sorry. Cottage.
Really want to hear Cottage's thing. The
Cottage
anticipation is like.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm rambling. I feel like I don't know. Maybe my Adderall hit late tonight.
You're totally fine. I if I'm honest, I got very interested and now I'm in a deep dive. But someone mentioned the Heritage Foundation, like we need a Heritage Foundation. And I'm like, but they're just another think tank, which is like a whole other thing that we could go down.
Well, they
But, like,
did
we don't
Project
really need
2025.
more. Yes, but I'm saying like we don't need more think tanks. Do you know what I mean? Like I don't think the answer to a think tank is another think tank.
I fucking hate that this is the era of think tanks.
I know, but just narrowing down again to the Heritage Foundation. I looked up the Heritage Foundation because I was like ringing a bell too early. No coffee yet for me. So I was like, why is this ringing a bell? And then it was very obvious, Project 2025, why it was being brought up. And then I was like, but like, why am I? So I had typed it into Google. Thank God I live in England. You type Heritage Foundation into Google, and then suddenly you begin to get UK government responses, because you'll never guess this, but the Heritage Foundation is also a registered charity here in the UK. Now, I say that because I found some really interesting data on how much money they have registered, because everything is publicly available for the most part in the UK. And as someone who researches on government websites as a part of my job that Jack didn't think that I had earlier, like I'm very good at finding information. So I will say, I haven't found, for example, a press briefing that says that it's the exact same. However, the Heritage Foundation registered here has no other mention except to say that the Heritage Foundation had connections with Liz Truss, who obviously was like our shortest prime minister last year after everything happened with Bojo. And there were a bunch of things then. So it looks likely. However, at this point in time, I don't currently have concrete evidence that says that they're the exact same. Although I will say, why would they hide for, sorry, £500,000 here?
$500,000.
Because that's what was filed here. There's £500,000.
Is that money that they have, money that they brought in?
It's gross total income that was reported was, just under 400,000, and then they only claimed as expenditure 145. And then they have, I can see here that they have 4 trustees, and this is the Landmark Foundation. Hold on, let me go back to the charity overview. Sorry, they have, Heritage Foundation has 457,000 total income from the financial year ending in January 2023. So there will be another report January 2025 about this year, and their total expenditure was 180,000. They have 3 trustees, which are employed. They are listed as employees, and their benefits are over the £60,000 limit, which is what I can also see here.
We should look up who those trustees are.
I have them.
No, but you should look up those trustees, is what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
So that's
Like
what I'm saying.
who they
So
are,
to continue,
who they are.
yes. Oh, that's
Yeah,
what
like
I'm saying.
who they
So
are.
to continue going, so I looked up who they are. The 2 of them are attached to another foundation, which I do also know, the Landmark Benevolent Foundation. They do a lot of like conservation work on English heritage properties, which has like its own political affiliations here that I won't go into because they don't matter for the rest of us. And then when you popped in, I was about 7 steps deep into the deep dive on these trustees, who are the Reichmans, and then a lady named Malka Frankel, who both seems to be listed as a housewife not having a job except for a previously recorded business that was dissolved that I can see, and also potentially maybe being made in charge of like the finances at a family business. But you caught me right when I had found the Reichmans' dads and paperwork of them passing the businesses off to each other. Yeah, I find it very interesting. And again, I'm couching this all saying that I'm currently digging to see if the 2 charities themselves are connected, but there's no website for a Heritage Foundation charity in the UK, and most charities in the UK have websites unless they are affiliated with other international charities. And I'm not finding literally anything else. But it does say that they use their monies in England because they have to, right? To register your charity here, you have to. It's one of the conditions. So it's, I don't know, but then their policies are things like financial reserves policies, internal charity policies, and I think it's interesting.
That is interesting. I'd love to figure out what they're doing there. Sorry, Bobby Bush. Bobby Bush. You understand? You're like randomly saying secure borders not a popular opinion in this life. Earlier, you were asking about borders. We're talking about something else completely different, and you're gonna like act as though I don't know. It's so fucking MAGA.
Bobby Bush said, like, I want to talk about open borders, and I said, in order to talk about open borders, you need to define the term open borders for the purpose of
Thank
this
you.
conversation, and they
Yes.
never responded. If you want to talk about borders, Bobby Bush we can,
We
but I
absolutely
don't think
can.
you actually want to.
Yeah, we've talked about the borders and this idea of an open border in here before. Happy to talk about it. Define open border, and I'll tell you who opened it. Yeah, SLG. I agree. Yeah. we ended up having to fucking MAGA, but I guess I think MAGA just didn't have as much time, as much fun. Like, because we weren't giving them the. Yeah, exactly. T. We weren't giving them the reaction they were looking for.
The address listed for this foundation is also a private home. And then, okay, so I have to say, I said, did I get this wrong? No, I looked at the right governing document. The governing document has charitable objects that have to be publicly listed, but they don't match. Brenna, I'm just going to send you this link.
And right now, I'm dealing with bigger problems than open borders. My dog has lost his ball on 17 acres of land, and he wants it now. To me, that's a bigger problem than open borders.
No, I had a few things I wanted to say while we have a brief moment.
Sorry, go.
Making my entrance into the conversation and leaving and all that. Mind me, related to what you were just saying, like with the Heritage Foundation, like who it could be tied into and stuff like that. I just saw a video. I mean, like, don't quote me on it type of thing. I mean, like, I can't like say that I like looked into this and made sure that like it wasn't AI, even though I don't think AI could do it. But like, I saw a video of Donald Trump at a rally with Kenneth Copeland, if any of you guys have heard of him, coming up onto the podium. He like introduced him as like this really great guy and stuff like that. If you guys have heard of Kenneth Copeland, he is
Is he the ministries dude?
Yes, the super church dude who like bought himself like a jet and stuff like that, and like talks about how like God intended for him to get a jet because like he wanted him to get places faster, even though like literally has like room for like a private lounge and stuff like that. Like he's like ridiculously rich off of super churches and just says that like God ordained for him to have everything, you know. It's ridiculous. Has mansions and such, and like on top of that, he's known for being like not very socially well liked either. Like people almost like look at him and think he's like demonic or something like that. So like not even the Christians really like him, you know. So it's like, dang, if people like actually looked into like, I mean, like somebody earlier was like, oh yeah, the endorsements were stupid in this election. Like, what do the people think the Democrats are going to get out of having celebrities endorse them? But like the comparison, like to compare between like the people Trump had endorsed for him and Kamala, when it's like, oh yeah, these celebrities have their neck on the line, you know, like if you endorse Trump, then like for the next 4 years, people are going to know that you endorse Trump, and every bad move he makes, that's going to be one of like the moves that you endorsed and stuff like that. Like these people could be canceled over this, could lose their careers. Like it's a important thing. I don't think the whole celebrity endorsement thing is stupid. I don't think it's like the most important thing in an election ever. But like to have Kenneth Copeland be one of the people you're resorting to have endorse you when he's like known by Christians and atheists and leftists and pretty much everybody to just be a terrible person is just like crazy, you know? It's just like, oh yeah, we're both terrible people. You come up on the stage so I can get you to like have a better name or something, you know? It's that one surprised me, and it related to the Heritage Foundation thing with like I feel like there's so many like little rabbit holes you can follow that are like, oh yeah, this terrible person supporting him, and like why would they support him if it's not going to benefit them, and blah blah blah. So Brenna was talking about how changing, like having a experience of having like your vote changed or your opinion changed or anything like that can really be important to like being able to change other people's minds. I was talking about like how I have those cousins that like are half black, and I mean like they really just changed my mind on this kind of thing. I mean like they're very progressive because I mean like that reason, and like their mom and dad are both very progressive and stuff like that. They're very well raised into like knowing what they're talking about and stuff like that. And I mean like obviously they have a reason for it. That's why I bring up their race and stuff like that. But like the really crazy thing for me was like they really didn't change a single opinion I had during the conversation I had with them. Like bringing up facts and saying like, let me cite this article and stuff like that. Like, I mean, to be fair, I was 15, 14 at the time, but like it really wouldn't have made a difference if they were like, oh yeah, it's actually a fact that this many people do this and that many people do that. What really changed my mind was like, oh yeah, these people I really care about think this, you know, or something like, oh, they said this, is this true, you know? Like, I mean, like, just looking into things on my own, and like Brenna said, like, being the only one that can change your own mind. I mean, like, I didn't even move an ounce during that conversation I had with them, but I still remember it to this day because it's what made me start looking into stuff on my own, which was very, very important, you know? This is kind of like a random thing out of nowhere. I hate to bring it up out of all that. I want to let you guys address anything I said, but like I heard this thing on like I think it was NBC News or some other news station I was watching on TikTok lives and stuff like that. And they said that one really good idea Trump had was that he was, or maybe not Trump, but like some senator that was working with Trump and stuff like that. Maybe I think it was Ted Cruz. They said that Ted Cruz was shipping these illegal immigrants or whatever all over the country, like sending them to different states to like make it a countrywide issue. And I mean, like that's just something I never even heard as like a thing that even people were standing on or anything like that. And I was just like, damn, I didn't know anything about that. Like, I don't know how to address that if somebody brought that up to me or anything like that. So I was just curious what you guys thought about that.
Well, those people he was shipping all over had families here in Texas and Arizona. He was shipping them against their will to other places, separating their families. It's definitely not a good idea.
I was thinking there was more to it. I just wasn't quite sure because it was the first time I was even hearing of that. I mean, like I knew that people were talking about immigration this election and stuff like that, but I didn't know there was like a particular reason that it was such a important topic.
He wasted a lot of money on what he thought was going to be the big funny, but what he done was just make those people's lives harder for them.
Yeah,
that's all he done, and show that he was just not good in any way, which everybody was pretty much already aware of.
Yeah, I saw he almost lost his race. I was like, oh my gosh. Like, I mean, like, yeah, I hoped, like, in a very, very hopeful part of myself that, like, Texas would flip blue this election. But,
for
like,
Canadian,
I wasn't
he's
even
not
thinking
that
about,
friendly.
like, the Senate and House races.
You know, we're told Canadians are really friendly, and he was born in Canada. He's not very friendly, not very nice.
Yeah.
He's not demure.
He was the same candidate that was known for taking a vacation when his whole state was getting hit by electrical failure and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, it was cold and nobody had power.
That's the last thing I remembered hearing about him, and I heard about him this election. I was like, oh man, he really doesn't have a good rep running for him, but...
Oh, Abbott ain't any better.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was Cancun Cruz that went on vacation while the rest of the state was having a not good time. For sure.
Yay.
Y'all have gone into deep dive on that, haven't you? That's all right. I think we have other guest requests we could bring up just to keep conversation going while y'all doing that, and I'm walking around in the woods looking for the dog's ball.
The dog's ball.
Yeah, he left it somewhere,
You went to it.
and he wants it now.
Oh boy. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about with Dylan. Yeah.
What's up,
Carrie.
Rob?
Yeah, Carrie.
We've had these two guests waiting for, I don't know, forever.
No.
They're probably asleep and not even with us anymore. Are you there, Rob?
Sorry, I got distracted.
Rob is
I'm gonna
not
go
with
to
us.
fucking comments. Multi-guest.
Yeah, I was actually requesting way earlier. I felt bad because I've been a mod in this live for a while and I haven't been active in like quite a minute. Having the election season coming up, I like definitely made some time for it.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I've just been busy. I got like a new job and stuff like that. I've been working more hours and all that. So I haven't been in here, but I did get mod like way long ago. I was just like correcting people on like stuff that they were saying that was stupid and stuff like that, and somehow ended up getting mod. And like all of a sudden I'm in this live and it has like 3,000 people in it. And I'm like, oh my gosh, let me try and ban people that are like saying stupid stuff like wah and
Banana.
like
You can't use that other B
stuff
word. We
like
gotta,
that as fast as possible because like I felt some sort of responsibility for it. But I mean, like when I was in this live the last time, it had like 13 people in it. You know, like it was a big contrast. But like, I did understand after changing my name and my profile photo and stuff like that like you wouldn't recognize me after having 13 people compared to 3,000. But like at the same time,
what was the old username?
oh man, it would take me a second to think about it. I think it was like my username was like SS879SS actually. I remember that one, but like my username in lives came up as something different. I think it was Damon879. I was thinking you might remember me off the name Damon. I was there was like it had to be like 9 months ago. It was a long time ago while you were doing lives. And I was in here like religiously, like making sure that people weren't like spreading misinformation and stuff like that and all. I was like going to .gov websites to like make sure. I never was in like an actual live like that. Actually talking to you and stuff like that, which also was part of the reason why I was like, oh yeah, she might not remember me, not the end of the world.
Maybe my brain is filling in the blanks, but I feel like that sounds familiar.
Yeah, I was like a comment warrior type of dude. But no, yeah, coming in here and having like 3,000 people in here was crazy. And
we hit over 11,000 last night a couple times actually.
11,000? I don't think I was here for that. That's insane. I remember people when we hit like I hit probably like 3,000 to 5,000 tops, and people were commenting about it like, "Oh my gosh, you're at 5,000 people."
Yeah.
But you've had some viral videos and stuff like that have really surprised me recently. You have some really good takes that like people really resonate with. There was one earlier that I was going to talk about. There was something that like really went off in the conversation. I was like, "Oh yeah, you just talked about this." And oh, you know what it was? It was the going to protests and stuff like that. And you were like, "Oh yeah, I actually enjoy it." And I think you made a video about how like you kind of get behind the scenes at protests and you like to kind of like not seem like you're like one of the people that are like inciting anything or anything like that. And somebody like I don't know, it still makes me laugh to this day, but like somebody like pointed at you and they're like, "Oh yeah, that person's over there being like a reporter or something like that. Like why can't we do this?"
That fucking asshole.
You were just so mad about that you made a video about that, and I don't know, I found that really funny. So you were talking about protests and all that, and I was just thinking of that video.
He was a narc. He was a narc because the cops caught him trying to sneak into an area to be able to film something. And and he was with them. He was like with the protesters. And when they were like, "No, you can't," he was like, what about her? It's like, bro.
Exactly. No, I felt like having that kind of video like play during this live would have been perfect because it shows like exactly how a protest can be enjoyable. It's like trying to find that like perfect spot where you can actually like capture the perfect moment. I mean, I've never been to a protest or anything like that. I've wanted to and stuff like that. But like as a kid, I wanted to be a photographer. And there's some sort of like really, really perfect feeling in like capturing a moment that like just is the perfect picture kind of thing, you know, like, or the perfect video or something like that. Like you really get something across by taking a picture or taking a video, getting some sort of media out of something.
Yeah.
I thought I should share with you, Brenna, that right now in a Reddit, in a page that's called Silencing, right? The BIPOC community is like, all I know is that Latinos for Trump's abuelitas better count their days. We call it ICE now. That shit be funny. That shit be... Did you see the polls, Brenna? How many Latinos turned up for Trump?
Yeah.
That was insane. Seeing like I thought it was gonna be the complete opposite. I thought people were gonna be out here
after the
voting for Kamala because there was Latino. Because I thought it was the whole thing with the Puerto Rico comment. Like not even the Puerto Rico comment. Like I feel like if they just said that, they could have gotten away with it. Like oh yeah, Puerto Rico is a floating island of garbage. Like oh yeah, their Trump supporters are such solid supporters that they could get through that. But like he went on top of that to say that like Latinos didn't know how to stay out. They only came in or something like that. And like it was just insane. Like the amount of racism.
Wait, hold on. Sorry, Damon. I'm gonna pause you.
My bad.
Carrie's trying to say something.
And in droves, they came out here in Texas to vote for Trump.
Yeah.
They went red down the ballot.
Texas. The irony, you know what's ironic? They keep the fucking MAGA keeps being like, oh, immigrants are voting for Kamala. Immigrants are this, immigrants are that for Kamala. Oh, you want immigrants to be able to vote and stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty sure all those immigrants just voted for Trump. Like immigrants can be citizens, just to be clear. That's not what they're saying.
Here in Texas, that's the part that's baffling, Brenna. That if you were to dissect it, you'd find out that these are first-generation Americans, meaning their parents are immigrants, right? And they're of the undocumented variety. Their grandparents are undocumented immigrants. Yet with them whole chest, right? They gone and voted for Trump. The man who said he wants to bring back the Alien Act of 1798, right? He said that with his whole chest, right? So now here in a Reddit, all of we community say, listen, them abuelitas better count their days because we are start call ICE. Like, you know what? You said you went and you voted against our
fucking do it.
I would.
Oh, absolutely. That's what I was saying. I mean, that's kind of why I said earlier, like, and I didn't come up with it. Someone said it also earlier. They were like, I hope you get everything you voted for. I do too.
Absolutely. I really do hope so.
Everything they voted for.
I do hope so. I'm not even disappointed. They asked me, are you disappointed the white women who were so mad about Roe versus Wade voted for him? I said, I expect that.
I will say, like, so I was looking into, so something, I kind of want to correct the record on this, and I do apologize, but because I was looking up, I wanted to like compare the demographics and stuff, and I stumbled upon this article that I'd seen before a few years ago that was about like, hey, it was like how exit polls get it wrong, right? And it was like, so we all think that a majority of white women voted for Trump. I think it was like 52%, and that's based on the exit polls. But it was like, but exit polls don't always get it correct because they depend on speaking to the people who are willing to speak to like exit pollsters and stuff. And the actual sort of like accurate demographic data doesn't come out until much later, until you can actually like analyze like, more and stuff. And as it turns out, a majority of white women did not actually vote for Donald Trump in 2016 or 2020. It was close to half. It was something like 47%, but it wasn't actually a majority. Actually, no. Was it 47%? Might have even been less. It was 40-something%, right? But it was less. It was less than, because the whole thing was like, oh, a majority of white women voted for him. And it turned out, no, it was not. I mean, close to half is still fucking terrifying. But now I'm like, let's stop saying that a majority of them voted for him, because that's not technically
Let's.
true.
How long do it? Like in a few weeks, we should see that, right? Like the actual stats of it.
I
in a few
think
weeks?
so. I'm not sure how long it'll take. I think most people will rely on the exit polling data, and by the time the actual data comes out, it won't be news anymore. But you know,
Right.
unless there's something like way far off from the exit poll data. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, they'll be close. I'm sure the exit polls will be somewhat close. But it is also you don't get to exit poll. You don't exit poll mail-in ballots. You don't exit poll early voters. So it's hard
Right.
to know. It is
And
incomplete data.
Isn't it too soon for them to like? Correct me if I'm wrong, but in most states, don't mail-in ballots get counted last?
It depends on the state. Some states, the cutoff for mail-in ballots is literally like it has to be received by election day. So those would be count, and some of them like they count as they arrive. Some of them
So yeah,
will count, starting yesterday during the day. Some of them will count.
federal write-in absentee ballots just have to be postmarked by the day of election day. And then in fine print, in some states, they have to be counted or received at the registration office by 7 days after that date. But that's only for some states. Sorry, I just learned this the other day.
Yeah, I don't think that's exactly how it works here in Texas, though. I don't think that's how it works in here. I could look that up to verify it, but I don't think that's exactly how it works in Texas. The thing in Texas, right, is that Texas be different with a lot of things I've noticed even during elections. So within the vicinity of the smaller towns outside of a specific area, you don't have a place to go vote. Did you know that?
Yeah.
You have to go to the closest county that has a municipality to be able to vote.
Mm-hmm.
This makes a lot of like marginalized communities that don't have access to vehicles, right, are unable to actually go vote. And I think it's done purposely. I'm starting to think it's done purposely.
No, it is.
So,
It's
like,
It is done
right?
purposely.
It's
That's
very
why.
much done
That's
purposely.
why when
yeah.
I was driving people back and forth while Brenna was live, I missed a lot of the live because I was driving
Really?
people.
I
You
didn't
did
know
good,
that.
God. You did
Thank
really
you.
good because
Thank you,
my
God.
neighbor was doing that as well, right? My neighbor was doing that as well. I was going to help with it. However, I just licensed my truck. My truck was expired, right? So I just got it licensed. But it was based on observation, and I noticed the communities that are purposely being X'd out, they are predominantly Black communities out here.
Yep. That is a
That
very
shit be like,
typical. That's a very typical thing.
Gerrymandering.
No, that's not gerrymandering. It's a voter
That's not-
disenfranchisement. It is disenfranchisement.
voters
yeah.
disenfranchisement. Okay. Yeah, man, it's messed up. I was mad when you see, this is my first election here in Texas, right?
Mm-hmm.
So not that the one in Florida was any better. Not that the one in Florida was any better. But this is the first one here in Texas, right? So this is my first time observing how they work during election season. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this was the first time for seeing how they do that. But yeah, for Florida, all I have to say is that Florida better not count for no prayers from me when hurricane season come around. Like, I'm gonna have to buck up, you know what I mean? Like,
Oh,
at
yeah.
this point in time,
I already was like, I mean, I can't wait till those I can't wait till they get hit by another hurricane with a Congress and president that literally, I mean, not president so much, but a red Congress that already like refused to give any more funding for aid already this year around. Like, just wait till next hurricane season. It is going to be rough. It is about to get rough. And
Louisiana too, like Louisiana really did that. I'm out here like, oh no, serious. But you know what, Brenna? Correct me if I'm wrong, love. But isn't this the first time the Democratic Party has lost the popular vote?
not the first time, but it's before this time around. Before this election, it only happened once in over 30 years.
Right. I find it odd that is when the black woman runs, right?
Odd
I mean,
or perfectly American?
no, because you know how my auntie said on the phone, right? I don't have to understand. Like, I'm albino, right? People black, right? My auntie was on the phone. I love how America said anything but a black woman. and she not a lie.
Sorry, 20
Because that's
years.
how everybody to see it. You know what I mean? That's how everybody to see it.
Yeah.
Because he's a felon. I got a theory, and Brenna, could this happen? Because you're smarter than me in terms of politics, right? Could this happen? I'm thinking that, I don't know if you've noticed JD Vance with his body language, like he don't really like Trump, okay? He doesn't like Trump, okay? I think JD Vance will throw Trump under the bus with them felonies he has to take over the presidential candidacy. You think that's possible?
Wait. You're saying you think JD Vance will overthrow what's his
Yeah, like you know how Trump has a pending court case, if I'm not mistaken, end of this year month, right? Doesn't he have a pending court case?
Sort of, yes.
Yeah.
They're gonna throw that out. He's gonna throw it out. He's gonna pardon himself.
Oh, they're gonna throw that out. They could do that now. Oh wow.
Yeah, he can pardon himself, even if they didn't throw it out. Yeah, he can pardon.
Wow.
It's federal.
That's nice. That's nice to know that a felon could do that. I mean, we're clearly not created equal.
Mm.
Clearly.
Absolutely. Okay, sorry. I'm being distracted because I'm trying to do this. Bobby said, actually, it won't be because FEMA funds won't be used to facilitate illegal. So that's actually not how that works, Bobby. Firstly, the FEMA funds were approved by Congress. FEMA funds for emergency, for like natural disasters and that, all of those funds were used for natural disaster relief. There is a separate fund that FEMA also controls that is for things like the border, emergency border things, which sometimes goes towards like emergency, facilities or whatever. But it's not going towards immigrants or whatever in that sense. And definitely nothing that was allocated for hurricane relief went towards immigrants, but you don't know that. But the funny thing is, like, people, if you live on the border, if you live in Texas or along the border, those funds, those FEMA funds that help for like emergency, whatever things for like immigrant, that actually benefits border states. So, okay, whatever.
Latinos for Trump never know that though. You know? Latinos for Trump. All I know is that I'm gonna go on board that uno abuelitas not safe anymore. That's all I know. That's all I know. Uno abuelitas not safe anymore.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, seriously. No, and I know that seems mean, but yeah, we should. Like, let's do it. I don't give a fuck.
We should. You know what I hate hearing? I hate hearing that how we have to sit down and just accept things, right? I'm not saying we're going to do some January 6th things, right? No. But I'm just saying that we should stop being nice. That cordialness that they get from us, we should not, we shouldn't give it anymore. Like, we shouldn't do that anymore. I don't think it'll get us anywhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think it'll get us anywhere. And to own a handful of black people, black men to be precise, that went to vote for Trump, I hope that when he puts in that police immunity shit, we don't come talk to me about it to hear. Because I don't want to hear it. I don't. I really don't.
Yeah, I don't. I really don't give a shit. And I feel bad because obviously it's like not all, hashtag not all Latino men. But
no.
And like that's the danger, right? But they just put a target on their fucking backs, which is like crazy because there are a lot of, Latino men that obviously are not going to be responsible, but it's like, but yeah, why should, I don't know. I hope they get everything they voted for.
The minute he went up there and Trump opened for him but the whole face to see he bring back the Alien Act here of 1798. They should have been no, right? He told them what he plans to do. Like he told you. So Uno can't be colored shocked when he decides to show Uno for put that in a place, right? Uno for be shocked. Like he told you, he may see it, your own face may see it. Like Uno really just play on yourself. You play it yourselves.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We're hearing some stuff. I don't know what's going on.
My bad.
All good.
No, I was my bad. I was unmuting my microphone because I was gonna say thank you so much for interrupting me before Carrie Money came in, because I was I was kind of rambling on and on. I mean, tonight's my night that I'm like, oh my gosh, Kamala lost, you know, like it was too late to fucking have a night to myself to enjoy it after I actually realized that Kamala lost and just kind of like
Kamala.
accept what happened and all that.
Kamala, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm not in lives very often. I was just saying it when you were gone. I'm not very well versed in like all the etiquette of it, but I'll try my best. Thank you. I was thinking that it's very, very disturbing. I don't even know what the right word for it is, but like surprising that Trump won the Latino vote, because it's like I really thought that Trump sealed his coffin with like, oh yeah, let's invite this comedian on stage that's gonna say Puerto Rico's garbage. Let's say that Latinos just can't stop having babies in our country and they should get out. You know, like it was like, man, he really just sealed his fate. Like all these swing states have voters with Latinos. Like he's gonna be screwed. Like I mean, like we just won the election, you know, and all of a sudden in a few days I'm seeing that like we lost the election and Latino voters went crazy for Trump, and it's like, man, what happened here? Like I have no clue, honestly. I mean, like I honestly wanted to bring it up because I want to hear your guys' thoughts on it, because I have no clue like what happened there.
I could tell you why, because they're ignorant. They bought the lie that they were sold, that things were, the inflation will be fixed, that the gas prices will go down. They bought the lie. They bought that lie. Plus, what you need to understand too is that a lot of Latinos cater to that white proximity through their religion, right? Through religious beliefs. So they kind of lean conservative because of that. I'm not too shocked, to be honest with you. I'm not too shocked. Given that I've been living in Texas for the past 10 years now, right? Latino people here go hard for the Republican Party. They go bloody hard. And because I've lived in Florida prior to that, you know, the Cubanos go hard for Republican Party.
Oh, yeah.
They do. Like they be definite in that. So I'm not too shocked. I'm not. But what did get me in my feelings, right? What did get me in my feelings was finding out that black men went to vote for him. That did get me in my feelings, because we be saying in my community, right? We be saying that our men don't like us. We've been saying that, right? Our men don't like us, right? And looking at this election, they really don't freaking like us. They really don't like us. So, no punani. We're going to punani lockdown, you know? We all gonna be celibate right now. All are we? You know, we did do what Korea did. You know what Korea did, right? The 4B movement? Yeah, we did do the same thing. Yeah. No punani, they on lockdown.
I will say, my man voted for Kamala with his full chest. He was more visibly upset about it. I don't want to say he's more upset. He was more visibly upset about it. Like, he had a horrible day today. You know, not that that's good, but like, at least you have a partner that cared about your bodily autonomy, Brenna. Yeah,
that's what happened, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I'm not happy that he had a terrible day or anything like that, but it's really comforting. Like I feel like, I don't know, my brain has jumped around to various coping mechanisms today, and like I mostly was just like numb, you know what I mean? I didn't have any like big breakdown, anything like that. But then to talk to Philippe about it, and to see him, like, he had a horrible day because of it. And there's something really like touching about that. I'm like, okay, like he's
pure.
I picked right.
He's pure.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, you did right, Brenna. You did right. Because I mean, of course he would be upset. Yeah, I mean, his partner, the person he cares about, just lost her bloody rights to bodily autonomy. How can he not be upset? You know what I mean? Now, all of these cancer patients, women who are cancer patients, we're screwed. You know? We just, the medication my little girl survives at is going to be redlined here in Texas, because it could possibly induce an AB, right? That's what that's doing. So her seizure medication, and that's why I need to leave Texas, right? Yeah. Because She's not using it for no AB. She's 12 for Christ's sakes. You hear?
Yeah.
She's a child. This is life-saving medication. It's now redlined here.
Yeah.
They drew, because of the whole Roe versus Wade. Because a lot of people don't understand it's not just about the ABs, right? It's
Yeah.
about the medications that could possibly cause an AB. It's about the screenings, that women need. It's about our body. It's about our rights. So yeah, I'm listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. When I found out that man won, I was crying on the phone with my mother. I was. That bothered me. It bothered me so much because now my sister, I'd rather her not come here. That's how bad it is. I'd rather my family from my mother's side not come because they is black women, you hear? So yeah, it's not even safe anymore
It's not
for
safe.
women in general, let alone marginalized women, right? And that's sad that we have to get to this point, right? So yes, I'm not even gonna lie. I went through this emotional roller coaster of being sad, crying over the phone, then being mad, then being embarrassed, right? Being embarrassed was also an emotion I felt because they really said anything but a black woman. They really be saying that, right? Anything. I'm a felon at that, He's a felon.
Yeah.
He was found liable of what? You know what I mean? Like, this shit mean like, yeah, I mean, I'm not even a cop like that. I'm in my feelings. I really did. I knew it was going to go down though when I saw Georgia come in with the results, That's when that feeling started to sink in, right?
Yeah.
That's when I knew, yes, she know how to take this. She know how to take this. Like, she know how to take this.
Yeah. It's fucking wild.
There goes our 2024, Brenna.
I'm not surprised. I wish I was more surprised. I wish I had more faith in this country. I wish I was less surprised. I posted on my story right after I posted on my Instagram story, I guess, so no one saw it here. But I was like, America just is exactly what I thought it was. I wish I was as shocked. I wish this had shaken me to my core in this way. I mean, it has in a way, obviously, but it's like, I'm like, oh, yeah. The sun rose exactly the way I expected it to. We had the exact day I expected us to. And America's going on. Yeah, America's going on the exact path I was on. So.
Yeah. You know what? I was crossing the other day in a conversation I was having in another live that America has managed to get 8 steps deep into fascism. In the 14 steps of fascism, we're already 8 steps in there. Like, I mean, I don't know about other people, but should we not be concerned about that? But no, we voted for a felon who wants to, fully. Yeah.
We didn't.
We didn't.
Yeah.
We showed up for each other. That's the thing. I posted a video earlier tonight basically being like, look, I know we're disappointed and we're frustrated with all the people who didn't show up for us or showed up against us. But like, remember, like we showed up. You know what I mean? Like you showed up. Yeah. To like I was saying, to people who voted or whatever, you showed up. We showed up for each other. Like, so we have showed up. Like, we are the we that we need to be. You know what I mean? Like, yes.
I showed up for all the women.
Yep.
No,
That's
exactly.
why I showed up. Man.
I'm out here like, I'm disappointed with the exit polls because I'm like, oh my gosh, all these people that I thought were going to turn up to the polls, like, oh yeah, like Roe v. Wade got overturned this year. Like they were very racist towards Latinos, blah, 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 blah. Like, I mean, like they did everything wrong this year. I very much thought Kamala, had a land. Kamala. I'm sorry. I'm not meaning to say that.
You could say VP Harris if you have a hard time. Yeah.
VP Harris, thank you. I'm so sorry. I mean, I mean to pronounce her name in the perfectly pronounced way. If it were any other night, I would be perfectly pronouncing it. It's just tonight. I had a rough night last night. I didn't get the drink, and I'm having my drinks tonight. I am so sorry for anything I'm doing wrong. And earlier,
it's fine. Dude, we're just correcting your pronunciation. Just pronounce it.
Yeah.
Just correct yourself, and then it's fine.
Earlier I said both pal and is, and both. I was disappointed in that. But the point I'm trying to say out here is that, like, they're... Fuck, I lost my train of thought. I'm gonna mute myself for a second. I'm so fucking sorry.
That's fine.
Okay, but good news, Brenna. My book is currently being processed through Amazon Kindle.
Yay.
So in the next few days, my book is going to be out in Amazon store.
Ooh.
Yeah. So,
All right.
yes,
So you got to come
after
up
I
and
fought with my book.
talk about it on here.
Yes,
Little
yes,
promotion.
absolutely.
It's a
Little bit of promotion. I mean,
Yeah.
listen, I, we took an L and we're being graceful about it. I say that
Yeah.
much, you know.
Yeah.
We took an L and
We're
being
not
graceful
gonna
about it.
stage a coup or anything like that.
No. We're not January 6 people, Brenna. That's not us.
Dude, someone else, can I just say, because I'm responding to comments on here too. Sorry that I keep getting distracted, but people are like reviving old videos. By people I mean MAGA.
Right.
But one of them, God, was like, they said something. Oh, here, because I was like, oh, they were like, oh, you'd be the same. Oh, I posted this thing, basically being like, hey, listen, we're chill, we got each other, we're good. And then in it, I mentioned like one thing. I just want to point out that like MAGA, despite the fact that that they won, like they're out here being angry. They're out here like looking for
Right?
fights still. Yeah. So, which, yeah, we talked about this earlier, like whatever. So I put that in like a TikTok, and someone commented like, y'all would have done the same thing if Kamala won. Don't lie. You'd hear people talk about MAGA tears. You'd definitely be gloating. The sides aren't that much different. And I said, I responded, coming from the people who tried to stage a coup, you know, laughy face. Yeah, our emotional reactions are totally on par. Thumbs up. Whatever. He messaged a bunch of things, but one of the things he said was they're protesting Trump in Chicago right now. Hope no one gets hurt. And it's only been a day after the election, by the way. Protests, guys, protests are not a coup. Protests, like, it is so fucking different. Protests are legal in this country. They are protected First Amendments. And by the way, that's something that Trump also has said like a couple years ago he was going to do away with. Protesting is perfectly legal and protected exercise of your First Amendment rights in this country. Protests, nonviolent direct action of many types.
So didn't they burn?
Perfectly
Brenna,
legal.
didn't they burn ballot boxes in Chicago though? That's why they're protesting, because they caught people burning ballot boxes out
More
there.
ballot boxes?
Yes, ma'am. They had videos about that in Reddit. They posted all over Reddit, saying that that's why they're upset, because they feel that they discarded a lot of their votes.
There was just in Washington, Oregon,
Yeah.
and Arizona.
Washington, Oregon, and in Chicago too, and that's why they are protesting.
I'm not saying
That
it
they were burning, and people
not
need to
seeing
know
it.
that. What
Oh,
you're
I
not
see.
seeing the
400
Chicago one?
Okay, about 475 damaged ballots retrieved from burnt boxes.
Yep.
No, Washington State. No, it wasn't in Chicago.
Washington State. That was in Chicago. They were saying that was happening in Chicago too. That's why they started having a.
I'm not
Nice
finding
over
any evidence of it happening in Chicago.
The deal is,
You know
I think we expect us to be as extreme as they are.
Sorry.
Isn't that illegal though? What they did over there, burning ballot boxes? I mean, shouldn't there
Yes.
be a bigger noise about that?
It is very much illegal. Yes.
You know, so
They
one of me
said-
noticed that they called a state. What state was it? Was it Pennsylvania? They called it to Trump before it was even fully counted. One of me see that. I think it was Pennsylvania. They may call it, and he hadn't won it yet.
Where? No, I mean calling it. So again, technically, a bunch of the states, the states themselves have not certified any results. To be clear, a lot of people are confused about this. Calling the calls on the states are called by media outlets. When they look at it, when they look at their exit polling, when they look at the numbers and left, they call it. And they basically call it one for this or one for that. Technically, most states have not finished counting their ballots. Technically, they are continuing to count and da-da-da. In most of these states, there is no path to victory. I mean, most, if not all of these states, there is no official, most states, because I think couple states still haven't been called. there is no official or possible path to victory for the person that it hasn't been called for because there's not enough ballots left to count or whatever it is.
Right.
Technically, not every single, technically, I believe 0 states have finished counting all the ballots. And technically, just because a state has been called for someone doesn't mean technically that state in the end has to go to that someone.
Right.
But that's not to say, hey, hold out hope. Some of these states are going to flip. Like the states have been called, but that is not technically
When are we
official.
gonna get definite results, you think? Weekend?
So it's not
The
like a
weekend?
guarantee.
Yeah. So when do you think we're gonna get the results? So during the weekend, in a few days, maybe?
Don't we get it on Saturday?
No, it's
I
not
think
an
so.
official day. No, we get the results when they are done counting, which
When they're done.
can happen.
Take a few days.
It can take a
right?
few days, and for some states that allow mail-in ballots to come in for a week after election day, technically they will not all be counted until a week after election day. But
Right.
it could be
Yes,
a
I know
few
in a state
hundred, that could be a couple dozen. We
She's
don't
just the margin is not there for her anymore, so she already lost.
know. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're giving us quality foot content here, Brenna. Collect your dollars, Brenna. They got a whole website for that.
I looked down from my now 40 tabs of this deep dive that
I
I'm
love that
doing.
you're hyper focusing on this thing.
I'm
Free
so
food
hyper
content.
focused. I found, Brenna, you don't even know. I have found so many businesses registered to these 2 same people that
That's-
are all fake
Okay.
fronts.
Oh my god. Oh, I can't wait to
I mean,
see. You're
I
right.
can't. So I say fake fronts. Obviously, all of this is alleged anyway. But it's just they're
Allegedly.
either nonprofits that are registered or they are quote unquote businesses. Yes, foot content.
I'm trying to show you the socks because they're actually really cute. But they're
The
kind
socks
of
are
fake.
cute.
No, but you can't see.
They
You're
are
not
cute.
seeing how cute they are. They say,
I know.
They say something. They say so. They're pizza themed. I don't know if you can hear me, but they're
I can
kinda
hear you.
old. Okay, so they're kind of old. So the print on them is basically like pizza with black olives and stuff, and then the writing says "Wanna pizza me."
Perfect.
That's what they say.
That's perfect. I love
That
that.
is
That's amazing.
the corniest, most perfect pair of socks. That's
You
what
want a
that
pizza
is.
me? You want a pizza
You
me?
want a pizza?
I want a
Make like
pizza.
a banana. I had a socks that said that. Make like a banana and split, and they were like peeled banana.
Oh,
I'm
I
in
love
love
that. That's
those socks.
cute. You want a pizza?
I'm in love those socks.
I love pizza themed clothing. It's just so silly.
Well,
I love pizza.
pizza
Don't
is
get me
one of-
wrong, but it's one of those things that's it's so silly to have clothing, to love such a basic ass food so much to have clothing themed. I guess I am that person that has. Yeah, I love pizza themed clothing. It's very silly. Anyway, sorry. Keep going.
I do too. No, I
No,
do
I just
too.
was gonna. I was right about that lady that I said who I think is their daughter.
Mm.
I found her listed with her full name, and she has the same last name as them. And then I found a bunch of other either nonprofits or registered businesses that are all they're all listed as rental businesses because they're all home properties, and it seems like they just list their home address as a rental property. And then I have here, I'm looking at 4 years of claiming financial position where they are claiming that their debts are significantly higher than their assets so that they don't have to pay anything, which is similar to tax structure in the US if you're
Right.
familiar, right? That's what Donald Trump was
Is
so
it-
famous for in 2015.
Wait, so is it in any way possible that these properties are just rental properties that they own and rent out?
You would think, except for the fact that they are not registered to a business that has its own address as a rental property office. And all of these quote unquote businesses, when you attempt to Google them, either don't exist or the one that I shared with God, Chando's Hill, literally it's just a front. It's just a blank web page anybody could make on Squarespace or WordPress and then
Right.
buy the URL. It has like a simple contact form that I don't think actually goes anywhere. But the telephone number it attached to the Heritage Foundation paperwork is how I found the other businesses with the same names registered under them. And so far, I can't find anything that says that it's actually a part of like a larger rental operation. And the homes wouldn't be registered individually themselves. That's not how it works here. They would have to be registered as like multiple occupancy units, or it would have to be like specific units, and then they would file differently. So it would look slightly differently if it was like someone with a bunch of properties that they personally rent out.
Are we? So I'm just asking. I'm just wondering. I kind of want to see it because in Spain there's a thing you can do. You're not supposed to, I think, but you can do it, where for tax benefits, if you register like an LLC to own the home,
Yeah.
it just gives you like
Yeah.
tax benefits to do it that way. Like
Yeah.
my parents did it, and we had like a like a winter, like a ski sort of thing, and they did the same. It was like they set up like an LLC, whatever the equivalent was for an LLC, to own that thing, that property. So it's like, and the house we lived in, similarly, I believe they had like a little LLC owned that, and we had like a beach thing as well. So like each property that they owned, was owned under a separate, just like shell company sort of thing. I'm wondering if that's similar. Is it possible that they did that for like tax purposes?
Yeah, but is that legal there?
Sorry, I accidentally made my unmute button go away, and then I was confused. So here's the thing: is I'm sure because all of this stuff is publicly listed, right? People who do things like this do it because they know the law well enough, because they believe that they can work around it to their benefit, right? Like that's what most of us do most of the day anyway, right? We operate within certain standards of the law. Oh no, Brenna, I didn't mean you, I meant me. I swiped my screen away. I couldn't unmute myself.
SLG, how old are you?
No, sorry.
SLG? Who's SLG?
The person in the top box. They've been really quiet. I forgot they were up there.
Sorry, I'm just quiet and nervous.
Yeah, well, one of my mods said, check your age. What's your age? What's your date of birth?
I'm like 16.
That's
Born
what I thought.
2008 August.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's
TikTok
a
Live
minor.
requires
Sorry,
people to
yeah,
be
it's
over
harder for
18.
me.
It's not Brenna.
I can't check. I can't like see I can't check the actual profiles while on computer.
I normally do, but I was
Right,
looking
well, she's
at that other stuff. Sorry.
God
No, you're
called
good.
it, so that's good.
Oh, thank you, PA.
I mean,
No, I think Nas pointed it out. I
Thank
was
you,
busy
Nas.
looking at the
Oh,
other thing.
Thank you, Nas.
well, I have to drop because I need to like get some sleep and continue to pack up this house. But unrelated, Brenna, your hair color, what would it be called? Like, is it a chocolate brown, like a medium brown, like?
I don't know. I think so. Someone asked me that in my comments on a video recently.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't me, but I am interested to know, right? Like, what would it like?
I don't know. Chestnut brown.
Okay, so I'm gonna do this.
Chocolate brown.
Is
Whatever,
that
let me see.
chocolate brown?
Let
Because
me
you know
see.
my albino ass has has a yellow ginger hair color, right? And I don't like it, so I like to dye it like in a shades of browns, right?
Yeah.
And I like your shade of brown, so I was curious, that's why I'm asking.
I think it's chestnut brown, technically.
Chestnut brown. Okay.
I just googled chestnut brown to see if it's like close to it. I think so. I think technically there's some variation, but yeah, it's got like some kind of warmish.
Yes. There you go. Okay, so chestnut brown. Okay. Okay, don't be surprised if in a few days you see me with the same hair color.
Yay! Please,
Well,
we
well,
welcome
twins.
it.
Yeah, man. I mean, like again, like you know, I like the color. It's a good color brown. So yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, show up, check out. All right. Well, have a good night. I'll see you later, Brenna.
Good night. Good night.
Good night, Carrie.
All right, cottage. I like that. You dyed yours brown and it looked black for months. Yeah, that's happened to me before. Like a while back when I was like younger.
Aside from the white hair, my hair is really, really, really dark brown. And when I was younger, everybody used to argue with me that it was black. So I understand.
So when I was younger, I mean, growing up, I had like blonde hair. When I was a kid, well, I was born with like a black mohawk, literally, and then it all fell out, and then it grew back very blonde, very, very blonde. And then as I got older, it would get darker and darker. When I was like in middle schoolish, it got to that like mousy brown level, and then I started dyeing my hair crazy colors, and I spent most of my adolescence like dyeing my hair every color under the sun. And now as an adult, it's just this brown that it never was growing up, but now this is what it is. I don't dye it. I don't do anything, so I don't know. That was not an interesting story. I'm sorry. I'm like in that weird my Adderall hit late in the day and I'm just tired enough to ramble in random directions mode.
Honestly, it's relatable. Adderall part. I just don't have that. My body and stimulants do not get along.
Oh, thank you, Barney. Really? Yeah, I don't know what I would do without stimulants.
It's kind of funny. I take mine. They changed me to take mine to go to sleep because they make me tired. Or
mine do too. To tell you the truth, if I haven't, like, I have to take past a certain threshold, or they just put me to sleep. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
I have to make sure I can't just take my Adderall in the morning. Like, I have to drink caffeine as well. If I just have tea or if I just have coffee, that will put me to sleep. And if I just have my Adderall or whatever, that will also just put me to sleep. So I need to have both. And then if I like re-up later, because sometimes I'll take a little bit more in the afternoon, I also, whatever. It's crazy that it puts me to sleep sometimes.
I'm so sorry. I read Barney and then Robin's comments together as like one person who couldn't finish. So I read that whole thing as like, I dyed my hair red and then I wore a hat to track practice for 3 months. Otherwise, I lose weight.
Otherwise, I lose weight. That's funny. Yeah. Oh.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
I do that same sort of thing all the time, and it's like, wait, what?
It's like flipping channels, and the commercials start to make whole new sentences together. Today, if you buy at Walmart, you could have paracetamol brought to you by Barnes & Noble.
And another thing that's funny for me right now is like we have this extra person living with us that is one of my nieces. And every time she does something, because she's not diagnosed ADHD, but we all know it runs in families. And every time she does something that's like me and my daughter looks at me like, what? Maybe. She sits in a chair funny like us. She's, it just sort of fits.
Yeah, I have a friend who used to be like, I'm definitely the most neurotypical person in our friend group. And I was like, just nodding along, like, yes, sure, as she would like be doing her chores and go around the space and like leave all the cabinet doors open behind her.
Yeah. I actually never would have thought it of me. It's like, I don't know, other people brought it up, and over the years people kept saying, maybe you ought to get checked for ADHD, maybe, and I'm like, nah, I'm probably fine. So yeah, way later on in life diagnosed.
Same, yeah, I'm all very recently diagnosed. I ended up having a full like mental health assessment a few years ago, 3 years ago, or 2.5 years ago. And as a part of that, they were like, we do ADHD here as like its whole own like thing. And they were like, but you have tested severely likely.
Yeah. And I have friends that live in the UK, and they've been telling me years, you should go get checked. You're not right in the head. You need to go get ADHD checked. So they called it, I think, first.
Yeah, they're much more like proactive about diagnoses here, but they also it was never until I lived here that someone I'd ever had a doctor say they think that this is my diagnosis and then follow that up with, how do you feel about that? Or do you agree with that? What do you think about that diagnosis? And it like let me actually like think about the responses. And that was honestly really interesting. Hold on, I gotta
Yeah.
fix my cat. I realized that sounded like a euphemism, but I really do have a cat. It's just stuck.
Oh my
Oh.
God.
hunting to, like,
Which
claw
that
my arm.
reminds me, guys. Okay, so sorry, I'm like still responding to a bunch of things. Remember the cats that my neighbor,
Yeah.
whatever. So today I was walking my dog around there, and one of the cats was like there by kind of the area, like waiting, like kind of out on the sidewalk, and I think she's a she, didn't like she was waiting there for a long time. She let me get very close before she kind of like ran off and hid. And so I went back with the food because I like never actually see her. And I went to feed her. Firstly, she's teeny tiny. She looked like she got into a scuffle. I got really worried about her. And I was like, oh man, you've been fighting. Look at this. Oh. Beautiful cat.
Oh yeah. Wow, so colorful.
Oh, I
And
love
then
this.
she was so cuddly. Firstly, I got so worried about her because like, oh my gosh, look at this. Look at how pretty that kitty is.
She is really pretty.
She's teeny tiny. Teeny tiny.
She's gorgeous.
Gorgeous. But she was so cuddly. Like she was like very clearly like nervous when I first was there, and I like gave her the food, and she kept like kind of circling the area. She was like coming up to get cuddles, but also just like circling the area where the plate was. She was so hungry, and it was so clear she's being bullied by the other cats, whatever street cats, because she was so afraid to eat until I moved the plate around a little bit to try to see if it would be more comfortable for her somewhere else. Until finally, like I sat down and kind of like protected, like blocked her. I tried getting up when she was eating at one point, and she like freaked out again and started like looking around. The whole time she was looking around her while she was eating. And now I'm like, I'm allergic to cats, but like I might want to take this cat home. Is that terrible?
No.
I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can actually take. I'm like fucking allergic to cats. I can't do this. But also like, I'm trying to find the video. Hold on. Where is this video?
It's so funny to see Brenna so close to the camera and so far away audibly. Like it's just funny to me.
It doesn't fit.
I wasn't complaining. I just genuinely
sorry.
found it a funny occurrence.
Okay, this kitty. I think this is the video. Yeah, look at her. So sweet. Sorry, it was late when this was going on.
Oh. I could never. If I lived where you live, I would be like, all of the cats can come to my house.
I know. She was getting more like, she was coming up and cuddling up on me like, I'm allergic. I can't believe I'm allergic to cats, but like this kitty needs me. And I also have a dog who would be really upset with me if I brought home a cat. But like this kitty, she's getting beat up by the other cats on the playground. And she's an indoor cat, and it's about to get really cold. Today we had like an uncharacteristically warm day, but yeah, she's gonna there's like shelters out there. She'll probably be fine surviving the winter, the cold, because there's shelters there. But also, I don't know, I'm worried about her. I don't know. Is that crazy? Also, she's so cute. She'd be so easy to adopt out if necessary.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they're so cute. How can you say no? I'm a bad person to talk you out of it, Brenna. Don't talk to me.
People are always trying to give away, pet cats to me, and I can't because I've got this dog,
Oh, that's
and
right.
I just don't think it can be taught out of him at all. He's
Yeah.
That's responsible of you, though. It's much better to be like, I know the limitations of my animal, regardless of what the animal is, you know?
Yeah.
yeah. You really need to if you're going to be a responsible large pet owner.
Yeah. Yeah. God.
Cleo's not large. She's just a little terror.
Well, I've got the blue heeler cattle dog, so
Oh, yeah, they don't do so well with cats unless they're raised like on a farm, like mixed animal.
right. And my dog he's absolutely certain it's his job to protect the chickens and things. So
Yeah.
possums, coons, and anything that gets near the house, they don't last long. And he would see that and he would think, oh, another one of those, and
Yeah.
wouldn't be a good ideal, I don't think.
Yeah. For me, the debate is, well, it's a couple, right? It's number one, I'm allergic to cats. But the thing for that is there's theoretically like a food additive thing you can give cats. It's really expensive. But apparently if you like put egg protein or something in their food, if the chickens that had the eggs were raised with cats, apparently there's like a protein in the egg that basically makes the cat less triggering for allergies.
I got it. So you have to get both a cat and a chicken, and then you need to feed the chicken eggs to the cat.
Yes. That's the solution here. That's the sort of thinking we're looking for.
Definitely.
I think it's
heard
also
that one.
not
They're wild
guaranteed.
animals.
Yeah. Just how many animals, like I'm in a studio apartment in Brooklyn, right? Never mind the fact that I already have a dog that would not be happy about me bringing home a cat. We're going to add a cat, but we're going to also add a chicken to add that cat. It's going to be great.
Perfect. Chicken cat.
Chicken
Yeah,
cat.
Robin's getting the allergy shot, so she can have a cat one of these days. You could do that.
You got to do it like once every 3 months. Here's the thing. Executive dysfunction over here.
Yeah.
It's like monostat.
Yeah, I'm not gonna keep that up. Not in a gazillion years, to tell you the truth. Wish I could say otherwise, but I don't know. Also, so the cat probably has fleas right now.
Yeah.
I have a dog, so I can't bring the cat home because I live in a studio. Philippe lives in a studio. This cat can't be brought to either of our homes because we have no way of quarantining other animals. What he suggested was that I get some of that like flea stuff that you put on the back, the nape of the neck, and just go visit the cat with the flea stuff and just put it on the cat anyway.
Yeah.
And give it a couple of days. I don't know how effective that would be if like while the cat is still just living outside. Probably okay.
Yeah, well, so once you treat the fleas on the animal, that like the frontline stuff will treat them for a month, I think, at a time. So it'll prevent them getting bitten, or at least them like being a host to carry them elsewhere. If you I wouldn't put out for the expensive one that also then kills them in their environment, because that's like if you have them also in your home and you want to, but I will say the only potential negative, and this is truly like a possible, statistically possible potential negative, is like if the cat has an adverse reaction you're not there to see. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
But
yeah.
honestly, like most of the time that's not really an issue. The most that can happen is if they get a little bit of the oil in their mouth, it makes them foam at the mouth, which looks really scary, but it's fine.
Okay.
And I know that because I've had that happen before.
Yeah, okay. Well, the problem is obviously if it foams at the mouth, I don't want someone to see that and be like, "Oh my God, this cat has rabies."
Yeah, exactly. But even if
I would
they
have to put
take
it
it
like
to a vet, they would know.
I would have to put it like on the nape.
Yeah.
Of the neck, really.
It's just that sometimes.
Oh, because then they do the paw thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and then sometimes like it runs and they lick it a little bit, and then they're a cat, so they're going to continue to lick it. But it's just. Honestly, I did it once to Cleo because Cleo was really moving around when I did it, and some of it just like slipped, but she was fine. We freaked out together, and then she was fine.
Okay. All right, so maybe I will do that. Or maybe there's something I can put in the food. I don't know. So that's number one. The flea thing, we can try to do that. Then I would have to capture the cat. That would be easy, I think. And I have my dog's crate, so I can use that, no problem. Take it to the vet first because I would bring it home and just hope for the best, I guess, with Riz. The other problem is I don't have anything for the cat to climb to get away from Riz except for my fucking clothes. So my worry is if I bring the cat home and Rizzo, and she freaks out because of Rizzo, she's just going to climb all my vintage clothes and just tear them up. So do I need like a cat tree already? But I don't even know if I can live long term with this cat around me with the allergy thing.
Yeah, I would say rather than like looking to get either an expensive or a rehomed and potentially then also smelling like other cats, right? Like cat tree, I would say that most cats, once you like adopt them in or bring them home, even if that home has no other pets or people in it, the first thing that they will want to do is hide. So I always have recommended like keeping cat first in like a bathroom or something small and safe where they can like see everything and nothing's gonna like appear or have the ability to like hide away.
Yeah.
And then give them like a little cave kind of hidey space that is bigger inside than it looks. And they will feel like safer in there rather than climbing up. Most cats, if they're going to choose to climb up, they will choose the, you know, like the path of least resistance. So most cats will jump up or claw up to get to like a tall shelf. So if you make that shelf or something more accessible, they'll be less likely to like claw to get up it. But that also has to do with individual cat. I mean, all of my cats have been jumpers up to high shelves, and then my husband, all of his cats have been claw your way up the person's pant legs. So
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
Are we taking up other guests? Because we have a guest request, and
I'm actually gonna pop down at least for a little while because I have to get ready for working some sturf.
Okay.
But
All right,
I appreciate
sounds good.
you. Thanks for letting me up.
All right. Thank you, Cottage.
thank you, and always great to talk to you and stuff.
Yeah, always fun. Thanks for letting me do a fun little brain deep dive on the Heritage
Yeah, let me
Foundational.
know if
what
you
Oh, that
find
was
out
awesome.
anything. Yeah, let me know if you find out anything.
I will. I put some links and stuff in the Discord. I'll figure out what I'm doing with it later, and then I'll give you a little bloop. Here's what I learned.
And I'm definitely going to look into that too. That's pretty. I love stuff like that.
I find that like website hilarious.
Hassan says I should apologize to be better. Nothing I said was untrue, Hassan. You should fucking cry about it. I know you're upset that people came after him for his critiques of Kamala Harris's campaign, which number one, he was wrong. He said factually incorrect things about it. He said that she like wasn't doing social media stuff, which plenty of people broke down. I didn't even talk about that. I talked about where his family gets his money, and I don't have to apologize for shit because everything I said was accurate. So maybe you should go lick his boots a little better.
Right.
God. Why the fuck would I apologize to someone for saying like actually truthful things about them?
And if those things were bad, they should be the one apologizing. I'm either going to have to find a phone charger that, and I didn't charge my portable battery, or I'm going to have to jump off too.
Okay.
I'm down to like 15%.
They are.
I have this battery pack thing that I normally bring out here with me, but I didn't charge it up last night.
Yeah. Oh, it's already 2:46. Yeah, I should probably get to sleep too. Or at least wind down. Begin winding down.
Yeah, begin winding down.
Yeah, but anyway, thank you all. Thank you for hanging out tonight, guys.
Oh,
This whole
always
time,
fun.
nice cottage. Yeah, always fun. Nice and cozy tonight, pretty much, for the most part. Thank you. Thank you all. Get some sleep, guys. Thank you to my mods again, and thank you everyone who sent gifts, as always. All right. I guess I'll see you guys. Yeah, TZ, sorry. You're welcome to hang out, TZ. You're welcome to keep hanging out, but I will not be. You're the best, guys. You're the best. So wait, are we yes or no on the cat? I think we're yes on it. We're gonna see. We're gonna keep feeding the cat. We'll see about it. We'll see. The other question is, there's another cat out there with this cat. So I don't think I'm a 3-animal household, to tell you the truth. Also, the problem is I travel with Rizzo really easily. Rizzo travels really, really easily. Adding a cat to the mix is going to complicate a hell of a lot of things. I have a dog, and I live in a studio apartment, and I don't know how the dog is going to do with the cat. The cat is a house cat that was put out on the street when my neighbor got evicted, and now the cat has warmed up to me. I've been feeding it, and the cat is adorable and so sweet and just, and I just love it already. I'm allergic to cats. That's a problem. My boyfriend has 2 cats that are not going to love a third. There's a lot of things against me bringing this cat into my home. My dog is a Cavalier, King Charles Spaniel. Is the cat a baby? No, the cat is old, but she's very small. She is small for a cat. A cat rescue would take it. Yeah. Sometimes, Barney, my cat is in a power struggle. My dog has been in a long-term power struggle with my boyfriend's cats. For a very long time, she was firmly in the middle of the power of the hierarchy. She has slowly crept down to the bottom of this hierarchy to the point where she's now scared of my mom's cat. But my dog is also kind of possessive about food. So she might, I don't know. It might be difficult, is the thing. It might be really difficult because I live in a studio apartment. My cat or my dog, I leave her food out. My dog basically free eats. She kind of grazes. This cat now that has been spending time on the street is now also very will eat anything in sight. I do worry that if I bring a cat into this house, it's going to see my dog's food. It's going to start going after my dog's food. My dog is not going to like that. She's going to take offense and go after the cat. It's going to cause issues, possibly. But I don't know. But cat, right? That is but one scenario. But also, I know my dog. My dog is 10 years old. I could bring the cat in and see what happens. But then once the cat is in here, I'm kind of stuck, right? The cat is here. The other thing is the cat belonged to my neighbor who was evicted. My neighbor still continues to feed her. There's a second cat out there as well in the area that I don't think is as friendly. So do I leave that second cat out there? Am I being mean to that second cat? I don't know if I can deal with 2 cats and a dog. I'm also allergic to the cats. Let's just remember that again. I'm still allergic to the cats in all of these scenarios. And then, so if it's not working out with my dog, I give the cat to a rescue? Do I put the cat back out there? I can't put the cat back out there, obviously. But if I give it to a rescue, then my neighbor who's still feeding the cats, she's living in a shelter, is going to be very upset with me because all of a sudden now she can't even feed her cats on the street. I've been looking, Barney. I've been looking for a while. I might end up posting. Yeah, I was looking for fosters and stuff. No, this cat. So the cat grew up indoors, and I went over the cat. I think this cat's being bullied. She's very small. She's very small for a cat. She looks like a teenage size cat, but she's like fully. I'm pretty sure she's like 7 years old or something at least. Maybe closer to 10. And she came up to me, like, she came up so easy. I mean, she's so very friendly, but she had like, she was looking quite a bit scruffy across her face. And then as I fed her, but she was really freaked out about eating, even though I was like, I just refilled a bowl that was there that my neighbor has been leaving. I think she's like bottom of the animal kingdom hierarchy. I think there's like a bunch of feral cats around there. I think there's like a cat colony in the area. And I think she's not been faring well. I didn't say I was leaving the country, Big Mac. I said I could leave the country. I thought I blocked you like ages ago. Why are you in here? Hi, Japan. Can I hold the cat until she gets a place? My neighbor gets a place. In theory, that would be great. I don't think my neighbor's gonna get a place, unfortunately. Okay, thank you. Thank you, God. Oh, yeah. So, I don't know. But also, like, look at... She's so pretty. Every time the flash went off, she, like, looked away. Sorry, this is where it's going to be in focus, but... Yeah, she had, like, scratches on her nose. She has a tiny nose. Or she's a tiny cat, and she's got scratches on her face. I think she's being beat up by the mean cats. And that's what makes me very sad. That's what kind of makes me want to, like, take her in and stuff. I just don't know if it's going to be too much of a mix-up. I know, poor baby. But also, I can't fuck with my dog. Also, I don't know, like, what am I going to travel with the cat to go see my mom and stuff? I don't know. You did, Cottage? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, maybe. Check my Kimmy Jimmy. You mean Jimmy Kimmel's? Kimmy Jimmel. Kimmy Jimmel's. Jimmy Kimmel's. Check my eligibility for the Twitch affiliate program. Okay. How do I do that? My neighbor is going to be unhoused for a long time. Probably, I suspect, for indefinitely. Unfortunately. Well, and that's the other question. Do I leave the second cat out there? Because I haven't been seeing it. I'm also like not fully in touch with her. I have her number, but she doesn't answer it, so I don't know if whatever. Twitch. Okay, check if I'm eligible for the Twitch affiliate. Oh, not all who stream are as dedicated as you. You belong in a new class of streamer known as Twitch affiliates. I guess I am. Wow. Affiliate onboarding. Okay. Yeah, I think the biggest thing I'm worried about is the allergy thing, because it's already really rough when I go to Philippe's place. Like, I'm quite allergic to the cats, and it really sucks to tell you the truth. It really sucks waking up at his place with itchy mouth and like taking allergy meds that like make me just so drowsy, even though they're the best option for me. Germany's government collapsed. Teasy, is that true? I'm like 2FAing on here. Whoops. It's fine. All right. Okay. So, wait. Notifications. Yay. Okay. Affiliate onboarding. Wow, I can be a Twitch affiliate. Yay. Have I seen an allergist? To hang out with Philippe. I love that. Can you imagine having an allergist like for my allergy to my boyfriend? I have not seen an allergist. Some people have suggested the injection thingies, and I could not keep up with that. I would not keep up with that at all. The one thing that maybe I have to look into is something that I saw like ages ago. Oh, his cat. No, I know what you meant. Is apparently you can, if cats eat like eggs from chickens that were raised around cats, apparently that can, it like lowers, it like releases, it makes them release or produce some sort of like histamine sort of thing that makes you whatever. You know what I'm saying? But apparently, like, so you can't just use it. You can't just use any eggs, because if you don't know that they were raised around chickens, then they could be whatever. But then to get the actual additive that's like actually raised around cats is like expensive, because they pretend it's not just literal like eggs or eggshells or something. Anyway, so I guess what I'm asking is, does anyone here have chickens that they raise around cats, and will you be willing to send me the eggs? Oh, I can create my own emotes, which I actually... Okay, cool, teasy. So I actually have my own emotes on TikTok, which is fun. They're all my dog. They're all Rizzo. Oh, sorry, I know you can't see this. That's your new startup idea? Yeah. It should be. So many people who are allergic to cats would love not to be, so. Also, I feel like might as well. I feel like MAGA gets really upset when I don't own cats. Because they don't get to call me a childless cat lady. So I would really like to provide that for them. I would really like to get a cat just so they're not so disappointed all the time. You know what I mean? I feel really bad for the MAGA boys. Won't someone think of the MAGA? Again, what on earth? Royalty tax? Oh my goodness. This is... Oh boy. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Royalty tax interview. What? Oh Lord. Free Prime subs are neat, though. What does that mean? Select payout method. My goodness. Okay. If you have Amazon Prime, you get a free sub every month on Twitch. Oh, okay. So apparently also it's like not allowing me. Under review. So how does that work for Twitch? Do I just get does Twitch just pay you like based on be better? They think he was right just because he's the guy who like did the downfall of Kamala Harris and said a bunch of like basically like dumb shit. Because she lost, now people are acting as though everything he said was correct, even though it was like literally verifiably false. Like he was like, oh, she has like no like social media ads or anything like that, and people were like, she literally does. You know, I don't know. But what I posted was I figured out that his family's company that he worked for, he's a Nepo baby, got like a huge no bid contract from the Trump administration, which is still fact. Even if he had gotten the things he said about Kamala Harris right, which he didn't, because again, he said factually incorrect things. What I said, I mostly talked about his bias and the fact that he has a vested interest in making sure she does not win. And I was right. So, Twitch pays you for so-called cheers and Twitch's own currency called bits. Good God. Which viewers have to buy prior to cheering. Does it pay you a percentage of paid monthly subscriptions? Just a percentage. Okay. That's sort of like, so the bits and the cheers are basically like TikTok gifts, I guess. I gotta like set up the whole like, whatever things. You know what I'm saying? Okay. I like sort of set it up. I gotta finish setting it up. 70-30 for subscriptions. Is that TikTok or Twitch? I'm setting up. I just got approved for Twitch affiliate. Not that many people watch me on there. Dizzy. Thank you. Oh, really, Space? Thank you. I'm also recently monetized on YouTube for videos, which is good because when TikTok goes away, I'm going to have to post my videos somewhere. And I'm guessing it's going to be YouTube. I said not many people watch me on there. So people get free channel points, which you can use for viewer engagement. What does that mean? No, TZ, I said exactly what I was always going to say. Not many. No one. Not a one. People get free channel points, which you can use for viewer engagement. How do you use channel points for viewer engagement? Huh. That's just a counter that increases every 5 minutes. What does that mean? Very hard to explain quickly. Yeah. It's all so complicated. In the same way that like TikTok is like, well, people have to buy coins. No, people have to buy diamonds. No. TikTok says people have to buy coins. And it doesn't give you like an exact rate. And then they use the coins to buy the gifts. And then when you receive the gifts, you can turn them into diamonds. And they do that so that it's very unclear what the conversion rate is. So they just don't want you to figure out that they're taking 70% of everything that people are spending. 70%. It's like 60 to 70, depending on the rate you buy the coins at. So you can define actions in exchange for those channel points or things that will happen on stream. Okay, they're absolutely free, so you don't make money through them. Okay. Oh, okay, I see. So I get to like pimp out my channel. Like, okay. They're basically a method to increase viewer retention. All right. For me to drink water. Okay. Twitch pays a stream. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to start figuring out when to put like, cuz you know, I can like set ads to run on YouTube. Like I can click a button so it like runs an ad, but I'm on here constantly. So I don't. I don't want to do that to TikTok though. I don't know. Do we really want to run it? I guess TikTok's going away anyway, so maybe I'll just start running ads once TikTok goes away. I'll use it to like go to the restroom or something. People are gonna hate it. All right. Where's my phone? There. I'm gonna finish setting up the Twitch thing later at another date. A new Twitch superstar in the making. No. They'll probably just give him a bunch of money and he'll be cool with it. Who's him? I mostly post things. You know? I'm not here to like live stream. The live stream is supplementary because I don't have any friends, guys. If I ever move back to Europe, I'm gonna have so many more friends. Just you wait. Just you wait. What's cool is if I ever move back to Europe, I'll be able to go live like mid-afternoon and it'll be morning for people. Yeah. People watch streams surprisingly early, as it turns out. Okay. Oh my God. Oh man. Oh, you're saying, Simon, you're saying that for TikTok and him is Trump. I feel you. They did give him a bunch of money and he pretended to be cool with it as like a campaign thing. Yeah. Technically, he can't stop it because it was like a congressional thing, but I don't fucking know. We'll see. All right. I'm going to go to bed now. For real, for real. I love you guys. Thank you all. I don't know how to stop the live streams. Oh, here we go. Okay. Find me on here, guys. You know how. Good night, TikTok. I love you. It's just you and me, YouTubes, and Twitch. I don't think there's anyone on YouTube. The YouTubes. Okay. Multicast live chat off. Oh, Samantha says, is money buying him out of doing jail time or are they all civil? Sorry that I missed that. I'm sorry that my chat was not updating correctly tonight. Oh, you know what it was? That was my fault. I didn't use the tool, right? The Social Stream Ninja correctly. I apologize. They were criminal. It was criminally found guilty. All right. Good night. Good night, all.